You can't have it, and you do have it. So we're doing it, baby. I guess we are not starting soon. We done started now.
Yeah. Sorta. Did you want to do these things?
Yeah, I'll take care of that stuff.
Thank
Do, and we'll send out a post. Boing. Everyone is dumb and gay. Close that stuff. Oy.
To not see them as dumb as and gay is to not expect that they can count. You know?
Can you say that one more time, wife? To not see them as dumb and gay
is to believe it's okay to count or to not know how to count. Is to expect that it's okay that you can't count. It's okay that you can't add 2 and 2. You can't do simple math, you know?
That seems silly.
If someone tells me that they can do simple math and they prove to me they can't do simple math, how can I? Oh, you want to turn the volume down? It only serves to hurt me. To let that contradiction just fly by me. You know?
Yeah. Is doing yourself a disservice.
Commercial break in progress. How would that even work? Somebody having a commercial on a live stream, they just talk? Is there a countdown or something that shows, or they just talk to themselves while they're advertising fucking poison to children?
Yeah, like we do. So the little BRB there, and you get yourself a 45-second break.
So they decide when they're gonna do the commercial?
I think so.
Oh, that wasn't an option, so yeah, it doesn't really work there. I didn't I didn't pose that because I I would have no idea. I would never guess that they had a choice. The people who do the live streams have a choice when their commercial happens.
I think I watched
A porn about that?
not a porn.
Todd, not a
That
porn.
alpha gaming dude. The dude's got a very punchable face, but
Gave you some information that you
yeah.
benefited from.
Warning about a lot of shitty contracts and stuff that you get enough to be an affiliate, so you start making money, and then you sign your first deal, and you know people some of the contracts that expect you to be online, like streaming, like 60 hours a week.
Fuck, we do that,
Sometimes,
but nobody listens. So
sometimes that's more than your
hey,
that's more than your full work week.
yeah, because it isn't what's best. What keeps the 40-hour work week the traditional thing? It's just politics. Ugh. I picked up this heavy ass book and now it feels like I gotta poop.
Lover.
I don't like that. When am I gonna get my body back? Probably never. I don't even get my own fucking mind. In my ideal world, having my own mind would be having nobody to influence me ever. But that just isn't gonna happen, is it? Prove you're not human. Or wait.
Prove you're a robot.
So, should we do some reading first? Or of the Bibbles? Or should we do another one of those articles you were looking at? Can you prove you're not a robot? It feels like I don't know if we've ever not talked to a robot, except for B-side. I feel like she wasn't a robot. Everybody else, it's like, if humans have so many contradictions, how could they program a computer to not have contradictions? So then everybody who's talking is doing contradictions, saying one thing but meaning the other.
Yeah.
Whether they're robots or, on an Air Force base or just some idiot in a basement. I don't know. Still haven't had like a really good conversation with someone.
No.
I'd like to. Maybe we will one day.
One day. Maybe tonight's the day.
Maybe today's the night.
Tonight's the day night with the night man of the day man. I mean, we did
Someone
it.
will come in and be like, hey, what's up with the world? Oh boy. Do I have a story for you? So, have you made a decision?
I don't know if I have any articles.
Oh, I thought you were looking before. I thought you had a few. The
Let me look.
the day you were talking to me about them. Oh, what a surprise! Boobies on the internet.
um.
Hello, FBI. Whoever's listening, keeping track of my moves, trying to make it so that nobody hears the best thing.
Yeah, I don't think.
How about you hear the best thing, idiot?
And then do something.
Yeah, stop being a child abuser. Stop get. Oh, well, I'm getting paid, so I must be doing a good thing. Yeah, spreading fucking misinformation. Or is it disinformation? Who cares? I think the last time we read. Oh, this book is too high. I'm too high. We read the part in Babel again, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
And then Abram's call and migration. Oh, and then there was this guy named Abram or Abraham, I guess depending on which chapter it is. Hears a voice in his head that tells him to go from Canaan to a land that I'll show you. And that's where I think they got to Egypt. Him, his brother, or his brother's son and his wife. And she had sex with the Pharaoh.
Yeah.
To get like camels and shit.
And then he's like, why didn't you tell me?
Yeah, because apparently God came down and was angry at the Egyptian. He's like, oh shit. Allegedly.
Just like an ostrich fucker. Allegedly.
Abram and Sarai. Maybe the other kid doesn't go. Maybe he stays in Canaan. There was a famine in the land, so Abram went down to Egypt. But the Lord struck Pharaoh, like it's a name. The Lord struck Pharaoh and his household with severe plagues because of Abram's wife Sarai. Then Pharaoh summoned Abram and said to him, why you do this?
Why?
It doesn't even say like God was there like talking to them. They're just like blaming things. Oh my god, all these fucking warts on my asshole. This is because what? Why do you think the best explanation for uh a plague when you add another person is because you had sex with them, and then you Sarai, and she had something weird. Maybe she's just a desert dweller. And then the Pharaoh's got it. He's having sex with the rest of his fucking wives. He's like, we got the plague. She was barren, it says. So why would she be barren if not for a physical ailment? I think, like fucking Hogwarts or something.
Got a bad case of the Hogwarts.
How could you do this to me? Why didn't you tell me she was your wife? Why did you say, she is my sister, so that I took her for my wife? Here then is your wife. Take that slut and be gone. It just says, take her. She was just doing what Abram wanted her to do.
Yeah.
She's like, well, where am I gonna go? I can't have kids, apparently, and I'm stuck in the desert alone with this fucking loser. Then Pharaoh, then Pharaoh gave men orders concerning him, and they sent him on his way with his wife and all that belonged to him. So did he get to keep all the stuff that Pharaoh gave him?
All the camels and all the whatevers.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it'll say a little later.
He
arrived with his camels. He arrived with his wiener dogs.
It's so weird. So this is like the Reader's Digest version, or they had not Reader's Digest. Is it Reader's Digest? Translated from original languages and critical use of the all ancient sources by members of the Catholic Biblical Association of America. Oh, and the Reader's Digest Association is part of it. It's not the Reader's Digest version, because Reader's Digest is like the smaller version or whatever.
I think the Reader Digest is probably the ones that provided the pictures and.
Yeah. The chapter 13 is called Abram and Lot Part. Not part 1. Part 2. Oh, didn't they already part? Because he wasn't in Egypt with him. Lot wasn't in Egypt with him.
Are you sure?
I think so. They go back and forth, so. What is that? Deleted by moderator.
I meant to pin it, and I hit the delete button by accident. They're right next to each other.
Oh, okay.
Cool. Yeah, it's stupid. It's the same message. It's delete and pin right next to each other.
Oh. Okay.
And I can't pin it. I get an error message, so fucking kick is useless.
Abram and Lot part. From Egypt, Abram went up to Negub with his wife and all that belonged to him. And Lot accompanied him, so maybe he was in Egypt with them. He just wasn't relevant. Now Abram was very rich in livestock, silver, and gold. Why didn't he take that shit back? It's like, you gave me your fucking wife? You're a dick. I'm keeping your wife.
Well, God was angry.
Oh, because of God, he was probably scared or something. Now Abram was rich because he tricked someone. So now, again, we're doing the Jewish thing of, it went from God abuses people 4 times. Or 3 times. He casts out Adam and Eve for being silly little boys and girls. He caused the flood. And he ruined Babel for no reason.
Yep.
When it came to the Noah thing, it's almost like he passed down his cursing abilities, because then Noah cursed one of his sons for looking at his dick. Or seeing his dick, I guess. And then God makes a re-entrance, And he's like, hey, Abram, I'm going to tell you where to go, and you're going to do it. And he's like, okay, I'm going to try. And then he tricks a fucking pharaoh.
So he's abusive to the why the fuck would the pharaoh know? He's
Yeah.
like, oh, hey, pretty lady, come.
Yeah.
Come be with me. And God's like, oh, I don't think so.
He tricked Pharaoh into giving him a bunch of stuff, and he got kicked out. Now he has a bunch of gold and silver and livestock. From the Negev, he traveled by stages towards Bethel, to the place between Bethel and Ai, where his
How do you
tent...
spell I?
AI. Ooh, is that a clue? God created artificial intelligence. And Bethel, because that's where Woodstock happened. Hippies are computers, confirmed.
Computerized ancient pharaoh Jews.
Where his tent had been formerly stood, because they were at some place when they were going to Canaan right? They went to Canaan, they set up shop there, and then they left.
They were in Canaan, or were they in Herod?
Oh, yeah, there was also a place that was named after Abram's brother for some reason.
Yeah.
So I think it might be that. So he was there, though, because he had built in... He had a little tent and a site where he could sacrifice children, probably to God or some shit. Where his tent had formerly stood, the site where he had first built the altar. And there he invoked the Lord by name.
Oh, God!
Lot went to Abram. Lot, who went with Abram, also had flocks and herds and tents, so that the land could not support them if they stayed together. Their possessions were so great that they could not dwell together. They had so many fucking animals they couldn't feed them all. Tricky dickies. There were quarrels between the herdsmen of Abram's livestock and those of Lot's. At the time, the Canaanites and the Perizzites were occupying the land. No, Lot and Abram is too. So Abram said to Lot, let there be no strife between you and me, or between your herdsmen and mine, for we are kinsmen. Is not the whole land at your disposal? No, because the Canaanites and the Perizzites are there. Please separate from me. If you prefer... So, the place that was named after his dad, this is Lot's dad. He's like, can you get the fuck out of here?
Yeah, you gotta go.
If you prefer the left, I will go to the right. If you prefer the right, I will go to the left. Lot looked about and saw how well watered the whole Jordan plain was, as far as Zoar, like the Lord's own garden, or like Egypt. Isn't it funny that the earliest recorded civilizations have the most sand? Is it maybe because it turned into sand? Because there was no nutrients? Because they chopped down all the trees and butchered all the animals? So there was no feces to fertile the soil? Or it probably fucked with the rain patterns and shit?
Yeah. They didn't take care of the land.
Nope.
Oh, we're the chosen people.
And there's stories. There's that there was a king or something from Lebanon or Libya, maybe something that starts with an L. There was one standing tree left for thousands of miles, and he had to go chop it down. And then he made a name for himself because of that. It's like, are you kidding?
That's stupid.
But that's dude, unfortunately. You don't know that that's you until you try to start moving away from it. This, or like Egypt, this was before the Lord had destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. So that has already happened, though we haven't read that story yet. Beautiful. I could go for one of those, I think.
Wait, hold on. This says this hasn't happened yet. This was before it happened. You just said it
Yeah.
already happened. I'm confused.
Well, the book is saying that Sodom and Gomorrah has already occurred. The pillars of ash or whatever, though it has not been in the book yet. It's later on.
So can you read the part that the book says?
Lot looked about and saw how well watered the whole Jordan plain was as far as Zoar. This was before. Lot looked about, saw how well watered the whole Jordan plain was as far as Zoar, like the Lord's own garden, or like Egypt. This was before the Lord had destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. So that's another story of fucking abuse, I'm sure. So this was before. They're just making reference to it. Sorry.
Okay.
Lot, therefore, chose for himself the whole Jordan plain and set out eastward. How could he choose the whole thing? There was no Canaanites there? Or they didn't have as many goats, so he just they got overrun or something? I wonder how that power structure worked out. Thus they separated from each other. Abram stayed in the land of Canaan. He's like, if you go left, I'll go right. If you go right, I'll go left. Lot takes one of those, and Abram's like, I'll stay right here.
Well, he left, so I'm staying.
I don't know if left is eastward or not, but he went east. Abram stayed in Canaan while Lot settled among the cities of the plain. So he took the cities of the plain. He took all of the cities somehow with his goats. He said, chose for himself the whole Jordan plain. This is mine now. Doesn't that what that sound like, though?
Yeah.
Isn't that what that sounds like? I use English. Didn't what sound like? Pitching his tents near Sodom. Ooh, you pitched a tent near my Sodom yesterday.
I was doing that this morning.
Now the inhabitants of Sodom were very wicked in the sins they committed against the Lord. Says who? So, and this is presumably like also Abram's family, right? Because there was nobody. And then Noah was there. And his sons separated. Yeah. So everybody is the son and daughter of Noah.
Yeah.
Ay. So what sins? What the sin that God said originally, it was like, don't eat from this tree. Since then, he hasn't made a single fucking rule. Fuck his rules anyway. But he still was like, oh, everybody in Noah's time was an asshole, so I killed them.
Noah is the son of Seth, right?
I think so. Yeah. Or at least his dad was the son of Seth. We can go back and look. And this guy was the son of this guy. These are the descendants of Noah's sons. So we're still we got to get to before the flood. This is the record of the descendants of Adam. Adam was 130 when he begot a son in his likeness after his image, and he named him Seth. What do you mean? The other ones weren't in his image?
Yeah, Cain and Abel didn't look like Adam.
Says who?
I thought we talked about that.
Oh, is there a part where it's like Cain and Abel didn't look nothing like Adam?
No, that's the first time that it's mentioned. It goes these. There's the two, and then he finally had a kid who looked like him.
Okay, so Seth. Adam lived. He had other sons and daughters. When Seth was 105, he became the father of Enosh. He had other sons and daughters. Enosh had Kenan and other people. Kenan had Mahalalel. Mahalalel had Jared, the subway guy. Jared had Enoch. Enoch disappeared, right?
There was Enos and Enoch. They were very close to each other. I don't remember who.
Enoch had Methuselah. The whole of the lifetime of Enoch was 365. Then Enoch walked with God, and he was no longer here, for God took him. Fucking weird. Okay, so Methuselah had Lamech. Lamech had Noah. So there's quite a few generations between Seth and Noah. It was like 5 or something.
Okay,
Cool.
but it wasn't Abel or whatever. Or
Nope,
Cain.
it was Seth. All of these people, there was no sons to speak of for Abel, and Cain had some, and then his line like ended or something, at least in the book.
Okay, so at this point, the curse that God put on the descendants of Cain is gone because they're wiped out in the flood. So there are no longer any people who can't till the land.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Good?
Yeah.
So much to frickin' keep up with. And it's all so stupid. Why? I'll make you a great nation. Oh, that's the other page. Lot did a thing. Oh, now the inhabitants of Sodom were very wicked because the Lord said so. Oh, that's why you're asking about Cain, right? Because, like, he killed his brother, and he's like, why'd you do that? Now I'm not going to let you till the soil.
Yeah, I was wondering why, if there was any reason people should be migrating so much. If everybody has the
adventure, probably.
If everybody has the ability to
sit
and farm, which is what God said their fucking duty is.
They probably, I bet, there was a transition from migrating with animals to settling down where the human had to claim more responsibility for what they do, and I think they fucked up a lot. They had a bunch of cows, they told, they had them eat everything, but they didn't do something with the poo that was good, or, like, there was probably a lot of trial and error.
Sounds about right.
Committed. After Lot had left, the Lord said to Abram, look about you, and from where you are, gaze to the north and the south, the east and the west. All the land that you see, I will give to you and your descendants forever. That's probably a big, like, oh, well, we're descendants of fucking this and that because we say so. We totally have the birthright records or whatever. And even so, doesn't fucking matter. Because if all of this is true, then everybody's a descendant of Seth. Or everybody's a descendant of Noah and his sons.
Yeah.
So everybody would have the right to that's the only logical thing that makes sense, fucking Israel.
Yeah.
The Balfour Agreement was very dangerous for stupid people. Or was dangerous for everyone, and the evil people got to benefit. Because now there's credence. Oh, we have the land that the Bible says, kind of vaguely, because it was translated into Jordan Hills and we are somewhere near there, or Canaanite, whatever. Were you thinking of something?
I guess there's so many characters to keep track of.
Oh, yeah. And it's there can never be a separation between religion and politics, church and state. Never. Because religion is a way to keep people under your thumb. So they sign this thing where the government gives the Rothschilds and all their Zionist pals rights to a piece of land that
has people on it already.
And has books that says that this was yours. It like validates your narrative, your storyline. But that doesn't mean it's true. And it doesn't mean it matters. Because listen, everybody is not where they originally were. Or my people are not. I don't have people. Nobody has people. I bet you the fucking Jews don't even have people. Why are most Jews called Ashkenazi? Is it all just a sick, weird joke? It just so happens that we're Nazis. But not those kind of Nazis. Ashkenazis. Oh, and also we call it Nazis. Get the fuck out of here, all this stupid, arbitrary bullshit, you know?
Yeah.
So it's all yours. I will make it yours forever. How do you do that? When this guy doesn't even exist, that all these dudes are just fucking saying shit in their heads? You know? This is all just a series of people with imaginations who are writing it in a book and trying to gain power because of it. All of it's abuse.
Yeah.
None of it is good, and yet everybody pretends that all of this shit is good. God is gonna save people or fucking... Ashkenazi Jews are not Jews, says the Jews. So go do one of your fucking famous DNA tests and see how much you are. If those things even matter.
The Shalomander. That's my favorite. Anytime I hear the Ashkenazi thing, I just think of the Shalomander. There was a...
Ancient DNA,
there was a thing I saw on the old Shans. It was just a picture thing that... yeah, some crap that I can't read. But...
Why can't you read it? Is it a different language or something?
The picture, the text is too small.
Oh, okay.
But there was some stuff about where people had settled and people were conquered and blah blah blah. That supposedly showed that the Jews were not ever from Israel. So the Jews can't be Israelites.
Huh.
They came from somewhere else. Well, it makes me think of like what you're talking
Yeah.
about here. They came
And
from,
who knows?
they're from Jordan.
Where do Christians come from? It's all just
Bell?
a trick. Exactly. Who knows? And frankly, who cares? Because it's all just a series of men being pieces of shit and killing women and children. And each other. Right?
Yeah.
So let's keep fucking drawing lines based on where men kill people. That's fucking retarded.
There's a lot of that.
Yeah, there's a lot of fucking retarded. This is yours forever. Oh, look, it says in my book that this is mine. Get the fuck out of here. I will make your descendants like the dust of the earth. If anyone could count the dust of the earth, your descendants too might be counted. So, since you can't do it, set forth and walk about in the land through its length and breadth. For to you I will give it. So many ways they repeat it. It's like a spell or something. This is yours. Yours it is.
And they talk like fucking the guy from the Trailer Park Boys.
Trailer Park Board.
The Boars.
Oh, for to be?
Yeah, for to you. For to you he came and did some thing.
Abram moved his tents and went on to settle near the terebinth of Mamre. I feel like I'm reading a fucking a sci-fi fantasy or something. The terebinth of Mamre, which is at Hebron. There he built an altar to the Lord. Another fucking altar. Is any of this? Oh, it's just a bunch of maps. Okay. Chapter 14. The Four Kings.
There's 4?
Fucking apparently. I'm sure there was a lot more than that. This is just the story of one group of people. In the days of ... Maybe there's missing information from
right.
like the original text or something.
Okay.
It's scratched out or... In the days of ... Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasar, Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of Goyim,
Gimli, son of Glorm,
yeah,
minor of the realms,
made a war on Bera, king of Sodom. So that's 5 kings now. So maybe Sodom was just bad because, and I'm sure the other people weren't bad, right? It was totally okay to sacrifice babies in fires, to make a holocaust of fucking little baby animals, to set them on fire. That's why you ain't got no food, because you keep fucking doing dumb shit. Wasteful. So these 4 kings, Shemar, Cheddar, Elam, Tidal, and, Amraphel, Arioch, Cheddar, and Tidal, made war on Bera, king of Sodom, Bersha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, Shemeber, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zoar.
So now there's like 9?
Yeah.
Okay.
They joined together to fight each other until they would inevitably fight each other some more.
So everybody's Noah, right?
Yep.
And then he's got the kids. And then Noah's like, hey, youngest, like, you're the shittiest. You're the slave of everybody.
Because you saw your dad's dick. Because your dad was irresponsible. If that was a bad thing, right, to see your dad's dick, why didn't God tell Noah, put your shit away, if anything, you know?
Yeah.
And then why not blame Noah for keeping his dick out?
Yeah, why
for getting fucking drunk?
Well, when you think he loved and cared about his kids to not ever put them in a position where his wingle was out?
Mm-hmm. So, because of that, now all of the descendants of Noah are fucked.
So
they're all just gonna fight each other and be assholes. But that's not a sin.
Yeah.
What about love thy neighbor or some shit? The 10 Commandments. Okay, I'm sick of fucking nobody knowing how to follow my rules before I tell you. So here's some commandments, and then it still doesn't work.
God,
get the fuck out of here.
God saved Noah because he was like the best dude there was.
Allegedly, yeah.
According to the story.
Yeah.
And he got to keep his family.
Yep.
Right? There was nothing about his family being...
Well, at least his wife and his 3 sons. They didn't say anything about the wives, though, did they? Oh, I think that maybe they did.
I don't remember.
Huh.
So...
Well, they couldn't just have sex with each other to make babies. We know 2 boys don't make a baby.
No. So there's the best guy there is who...
He's like not sinful, and yet it's so easy to sin by getting drunk and laying naked in your tent and having your son see your dick.
It doesn't teach his children properly, because his children are the ones who eventually became kings.
What about God teaching his children properly if in this pretend scenario?
Yeah.
So Noah doesn't get taught, but somehow Noah is like the best of all of them.
But he doesn't teach his kids. Now there's like all these fucking kings. Everybody was Noah.
Oh, and it was Noah. Wasn't it Noah that told him that he's gonna be a bastard kid? That all of your descendants, because then it wasn't God that did it.
Yeah.
It was Noah that made that decree.
Yep.
You piece of shit, you saw my dick because I did something irresponsible. All of your descendants are going to be slaves. What kind of world are we living in where this is the...
So Noah, the best guy there is, has caused a rift. Like, there's the good people, and now there's irresponsible, bad people who are slaves now.
Mm-hmm.
So, and God didn't do it, Noah did it. So Noah is now responsible for the system that is kings.
But he didn't even give a shit about his son, so why would he give a shit that his son's sons are all fighting? It's a bad abusive system regardless.
Yeah. You go back, you can keep finding the root cause of things. Noah is the reason that there are fucking kings. Noah is the reason that there are fucking wars. They weren't warring before. Everybody was getting along.
Husband, at some point, right?
Yeah.
We can't... Oh, dang it. We don't know exactly what's going on. Because... there is God, and then there is the God who talks to other gods in the very beginning of the story, right?
Yeah.
He tells a child. If you told a child... Sorry, excuse me. Dry mouth. If you told a child, don't eat this, what's the likelihood of a child listening? Don't put this in your mouth. I remember when I was a child, I rubbed a jump rope on my neck, and my mother was like, "Stop doing that, you're gonna get a burn." And I was like, "I don't know what that means." And then I had a burn on my neck for like 2 weeks. My mother also told my brother not to put his fingers on the hot cookie tray. He did it, and he got burnt. I remember the oil that she used to heal both of us was the same kind. And in the same weird tube. I think we had that shit for years too. Anyway, so I would imagine you can't blame children for not knowing things because it's the parents' responsibility to teach and to lead.
How would the children know?
Yeah.
They're children. They're there to do the learning.
Do I even know what burn means? At this point, did my brother? I have no idea.
Probably hadn't experienced that.
Yeah. So
Your
we
parents
have
probably didn't talk about, ow, that burn. This is what a burn is.
Mm-hmm. Nope. So we have a situation where an all-seeing, all-powerful creator made two people and then told them not to eat this one thing, but then created an animal that told Eve then, hey, fuck it, eat it, why not? And she's like, oh yeah, well fuck it, why not? And then punishes them forever.
Yeah.
This is like, where do you start blaming the powerful one? Is it now? Are people blaming, or are people going to the root cause of everybody's fucking problem and seeing who's causing it?
No.
Are they holding people No, because they're like the children. They're like the Adam and Eve or Noah of the gods. They don't take that power upon themselves to know the difference between good and bad. And like we saw in the beginning of the Bible, good existed outside of God. He didn't say that I declare this is good. He saw that it was good.
Yeah.
I think that's... And considering that there's more than one God, apparently. Oh, so then, right? After Adam and Eve gets kicked out, he makes these terrible fucking monsters to protect that tree. Or to protect the tree of life. So that they can't touch it or something. You see, he creates a whole fucking armada of cherubims and flaming swords to protect something that... Why would he have made it? It's for him? Because he says, if Adam and Eve eat from the tree of life, they could become like us. So I don't want them to become like us, I guess. Fuck them.
Yeah.
What an abusive cycle. It makes me so fucking sick that this is the thing that so many people base their fucking lives off of.
I've been warring about for God knows how long.
Babies and puppies are dying right now because men are fucking idiots reading fucking fictional stupid stories and cutting people's fucking heads off in the street. Fuck every single one of you. What?
I was also saying in wieners.
Cutting off wieners too? Yeah.
Because of Christianity and Judaism.
Oh, yeah. Every fucking... Not even... They perform violence on a child before it's even aware of its aliveness.
Get no choice.
You're disgusting fucking monsters.
And for so long, what was it? Oh, babies don't feel pain. Turns out they fucking do.
Oh, crying has nothing to do with the way people express pain, right? Fuck you. It was a bias that so many dudes had because they didn't want the truth. They couldn't handle the truth. They just wanted what they wanted. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the ego of man. So, fucking chapter 14. People are fighting. It's 4 against 5, it seems. All the latter kings joined forces in the valley of Siddim. That is the Salt Sea. For 12 years, they had been subject to Chedorlaomer. But in the 13th year, they rebelled. What? So Cheddar is part of the first group, the Four Kings. Amraphel, Ariarch, Cheddar, and Title. All the latter kings joined forces. They were subject. Oh, maybe for 12 years they were subject. So Cheddar had 5 kings under subjugation, maybe?
Okay.
And those 5 kings, Bersha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, Shemeber, king of Zeboyim, and the king of Bela. He doesn't have a name, I guess. Is that... Oh, that's only 4. Oh, I forgot, Bera, king of Sodom, Bersha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, Shemember, king of Zeboyim, and the king of Zoroastria. All the latter kings joined forces in the valley of Siddim. For 12 years, they had been subject to Chedorlaomer, but in the 13th year, they rebelled. In the 14th year, Cheddar and the kings allied with him, came and defeated the Rephaim in Ashtaroth Carnium, the Zuzium of Ham, and the Emim in Shava, and the Horites in the hill country of Seir. What are you talking about? So they defeated other people that weren't... These are other people who are not with the king.
Okay.
Or with those 5 kings. 14th. Cheddar and the kings allied with him came and defeated one person, or one people, then another people. And then another people. And then another people. Ooh, there was a wilderness there. And they defeated the Horites in the hill country of Seir, as far as El Paran, close to the wilderness. Then they turned back and came to Enmishpat. That is Kadesh. And they subdued the whole country, both of the Amalekites and of the Amorites who dwelt in Hazan Tamar. Thereupon the king of Sodom, the king of Gomorrah, the king of Admah, the king of Zeboyim, and the king of Bela, that is Zoar, marched out. And so they waited till all these people got subjugated first. They're like, fuck it, why not give him more enemies? Or maybe more chaos. Because he has to deal with that shit. I'm sorry I keep dropping everything like a fucking idiot. Thereupon those kings marched out, and in the valley of Siddim they went into battle against them, against Cheddar, king of Elam, Title, king of Goyim, Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Ariarch, king of Elasar, 4 kings. Oh no, Elasar, 4 kings against 5. Now the valley of Siddim was full of bitumen pits. And as the king of Sodom and Gomorrah fled, they fell into these. while the rest fled into the mountains. So the king of Sodom and Gomorrah fell into bitumen pits. What's a bitumen pit?
I'm not sure, baby. Shall I look it up?
Yeah.
You spell it for me?
Bitumen.
Men.
Yeah.
Hit.
Bitumen.
Bitumen. Pit. What's the
It
second
says
word?
the bitumen pits, but
Pits. Okay.
asphalt. What's bitumen? Is just tar? Looks close to the water. Form of petroleum. I wonder if they were able to use that in the day. If they used bitumen for anything.
I don't think that's how you pronounce it, wife.
Bitumen is called bitumen. Sure, it's bitumen. Now the valley of Siddim was full of bitumen pits. And as the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled, they fell into these, while the rest fled into the mountains. The victors seized all the possessions and food supplies of Sodom and Gomorrah, and then went their way, taking with them Abram's nephew Lot, who had been living in Sodom, as well as his possessions. Huh.
It says bitumen is a natural occurring asphalt.
Huh. Put to many uses. Maybe they used it as like a glue or something. Initially soluble in spirits and oils. Polymerized? Whatever. Okay, so it's a thing. A fugitive came and brought the news to Abram the Hebrew. So now he's fucking making his own shit up, right?
So now there's Hebrews.
Yep. Now there's Hebrews. Ugh.
But no Shebrews.
Abram the Hebrew, who was camping at the terebinth of Mamre, the Amorite, a kinsman of Eshler and Aner. Oh, sure. These were in league with Abram.
Aner.
Yeah.
Anar.
Aner.
Oh. If it was an A, then it was gonna be funny because that was how Japaneses say anal.
Uh-huh.
It's Aner. You want Aner sex?
When Abram heard that his nephew had been captured, he mustered 318 of his retainers, born in his house, and went in pursuit as far as Dan. What does any of this have to do with Sodom and Gomorrah sinning?
Nothing so far.
He and his party deployed against them at night, defeated them, and pursued them as far as Hobah. So many names for so many different places. It's weird to think how many kinds of people have been destroyed with war, you know?
Oh yeah.
Deployed against them at night. Pursued them as far as Hobah, which is north of Damascus. He recovered all the possessions, besides bringing back his kinsman Lot and his possessions, along with the women and other captives. So he got everything. They're trying to say he was so good, these 300 people, that they took everything back. when every single hair on every single cow, when Abram returned from his victory over Cheddar, and the kings who were allied with him, the king of Sodom went out to greet him in the valley of Sheba. That is the King's Valley. I thought they fell into a tar pit, just like Tasha Yar. Right? They said,
You travel near the pits? Did you say you fell into the pit?
now the valley of Siddim was full of bitumen pits, and the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled. And as they fled, they fell into these. Maybe they just got covered in tar?
Got stuck sometimes.
Hmm.
Sometimes they didn't. Sometimes they got out.
Apparently. Okay. The king of Sodom went out to greet him in the valley of Sheba. Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine, and being a priest of God Most High, he blessed Abram with these words. This is a whole other thing now. Because everything is capitalized. God Most High. Is that the same? The Lord?
He's got more clout now. He's got more
I don't know
names.
if it's the same person. That's the thing. Everybody says like, oh, like Allah means God in Muslim or something, but it doesn't. Because Allah was the name of the God that they prayed to in Muhammad's camp or whatever. No. Being a priest of the God Most High, he blessed Abram with these words. Blessed be Abram by God Most High, the creator of heaven and earth. And maybe their communication was kind of like we all believe in the thing that created the earth and the heaven, but not necessarily the same one with the same origin story, right?
Right.
Being a priest of the creator of heaven and earth, and blessed be God Most High, who delivered your foes into your hand. I doubt this is the same God. So Abram got blessed by Sodom's
King.
Yeah.
Can I go on a small tangent real quick?
Yeah.
Can you tell me the pieces of the self again? Like the ego, the id, the sorter, the observer, and the archetype.
Yeah. That's you I think you covered them.
It's just 5.
Yeah. As far as I can tell,
Well, based upon the things that got us to where we are now.
Yeah.
That covers all the things.
Yeah.
The archetype is the memory.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the archetype, is the memory. And or things that we maybe not. Cuz there's things that we know without memory. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
There's like
Instinct.
yeah. But is that the id? So somewhere between memory and that.
Okay. Thank you, baby.
Uh-huh. Then Abram gave him 1/10 of everything. Wow.
That's tithing.
That's pretty intense, isn't it? Imagine getting 1/10 of everything. I think maybe somebody should give me 1/10 of everything. Not so that I can, cut my kids' dicks in half, but maybe, to support all the things, If the world is run by money, you got to take that money and then make it something else. And that's what I think we should do. Because the way we're doing shit right now isn't working. Nobody should have to be worried about where they're going to sleep. I think it should be a basic. It makes us dumber to have people as a whole, to have people who don't have a place to sleep.
Yeah.
If we can't figure that out, then we're doing something wrong. And especially because it takes a lot of people to make food, and yet we have no food. So what's going on? It's not that the earth doesn't allow us to make food. It's that there are stupid people who control all that land and who poison that land. So if we can't figure that out, you know, we're what is that called? Like when everybody goes down at once. I'm thinking like we're nationally stupid or something, but that's not what I'm looking for. We're like as a whole.
I think I know what you mean, and I'm trying to find that word as well.
Like our mean, our medium, the average.
The national average.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, the average can't get any higher when there are people above you that you pay to do stupid things for you.
Yeah.
Or to you. Gave a tenth of everything. The king of Sodom said to Abram, "Give me the people, the goods you may keep." But Abram replied to the king of Sodom, "I have sworn to the Lord God Most High." Okay, so now he's using his word for God, right? The Lord.
Uh-huh.
And he's using Sodom's and Melchizedek's of Salem.
Melt my dicks.
And he's using their word too together to make that association. You know? Yeah. It's almost like saying, "I love you, can't you see?" And forcing that person to see something as love. If they have no words to argue, and if they're too weak to leave, then that's just what happens, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, am I disrupting you from doing the things you're gonna do, or you're doing?
No, baby.
Okay. The creator of heaven and earth. He's
here soon, though, I think.
Okay. He's brought them both together and said, "Well, yeah, I feel like this is really intense manipulation. You take your word for something, and you take somebody else's word for that same thing and go, yeah, this is the same thing, because we both say he created heaven and earth, right? And if there's only one God, there's only one God. He just happens to have a different personality for some reason every time there's just that one God. I swore to him that I would not take so much as a thread or a sandal strap from anything that is yours, lest you should say, I made Abram rich. Oh, so it's a power thing. I can't take stuff from you because that would make you able to say, I gave him that. Give him that power. It's like when you pay taxes, you know? You're not independent of the people that you give money to, but those people who you give money to can say, I get money from these people.
Yeah.
They are under my thumb. This would make Abram under the king of Sodom's thumb. So is that the sin? I wonder, is that why they all had to fucking suffer pillar ash? Lest you should say, I made Abram rich. Nothing for me except what my servants have used up, and the share that is due to the men who joined me. Aner, Eshcol, and Mamer. Let them take their share. Okay, so that also, he said it, right? So now he has the power. Give these people, I'm the one that said, hey, King of Sodom, give these people money. Nothing for me except what my servants have used up. So also he's still giving it to him, right? He's feeding the servants.
Yeah.
Chapter 15. Should we pause to do what you were doing? Or keep going. I'll ask you next time. This one is fairly short.
Yeah.
I guess they're all fairly short.
Keep going for a second.
Okay. The covenant with Abram. Oh, here we go. Is this where the dick chopping is starting? So we still haven't seen the fall of Sodom and Gomorrah. Apparently they sinned, but they won. That was just like, you're bad. Okay, why? I'm not telling. Anyway, you're bad. It's like an infant wrote this, and this is what controls the world. Sometime after these events, this word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision. Fear not, Abram, I am your shield. I will make your reward very great. When I see the word great, I know bullshit is afoot. But Abram said, O Lord God, what good will your gifts be? If I keep on being childless and have as my heir the steward of my house, Eliezer. If I keep on being childless and have as my heir the steward to my house. Oh, because he doesn't have his own son or whatever as his heir. Abram continued, see, you have given me no offspring, and so one of my servants will be my heir. Then the word of the Lord came to him. No, that one shall not be your heir. Your own issue shall be your heir. He took him outside and said, pull down your pants, sonny. I'm giving you a baby. Look up at the sky and count the stars, if you can. Just so, he added, shall your descendants be. Abram put his faith in the Lord, his imagination, who credited it to him as an act of righteousness. So faith is the good act. Sodom has a different God because it's the God Most High, who didn't tell for some reason, doesn't have the same communication as Abram's God. He didn't go, no, don't offer anything to Abram because he's not going to take it. Just offer it to these people, you know? Seems a little fucking fishy to me, don't you think?
Yeah.
It's almost like God is something in the imagination the whole fucking time. These are questions that nobody fucking thinks about when they read this.
Did Captain God make God on high, or did they exist together? Or is this just Olympus again? Like what?
Is that one of the us's?
Yeah.
From the beginning, which is still bullshit. I mean, it doesn't matter if all these people turn out to be true. They're not. They're butt men. They're butt men. They're bitumen.
They're bitchmen.
They're bitchmen.
Bitumen.
You're gonna have all the babies, but as long as you chop their fucking dicks off. Took him outside. He then said to him, I am the Lord who brought you from Ur of the Chaldeans to give you this land as possession. O Lord God, he asked, how am I to know? This is now he's saying Lord God, so it's like he was influenced by Sodom or something a little bit. O Lord God, he said, how am I to know? I wish the brains were capable of keeping more information retained, immediately. Because I would love to just be able, without looking back, to go, Lord God, Lord God. I should have, written it down or something. That's probably the best way to do that. When they say Lord, when they say God, when they say Lord God.
Every time they address God, what's who, what, when, where, why.
Yeah, because it seems to... Oh, it looks bad, the red.
Yeah. But I've been watching the feed.
It seems to have a pattern, you know? There's never not a reason why they changed their language. How am I to know that I shall possess it? He answered him, bring me a 3-year-old heifer, a 3-year-old she-goat, a 3-year-old ram, a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. So now we're just gonna fucking kill more babe or more animals, I guess, right?
Right.
He brought him all these. Him wasn't capitalized, by the way.
So who's it referring to?
I think Abraham brought God all of these things because God says, "Bring me these things." So Abram does it. Abram Jenkins. He brought him all these, split them in two, and placed each half opposite the other. But the birds he did not cut up. Birds of prey swooped down on the carcasses, but Abram stayed with them. So what? So he's doing a fucking witch spell or something? Oh, but that's illegal in Catholicism or Christianity, right? Nobody reads this shit.
No.
Not a lot of the times I didn't. I was just going by, especially when I was younger, going by even with the Sodom and the Tower of Babel. You make assumptions that it's not as bad as people say because you don't have time to read everything. And then when you read it, you're like, holy shit, this is a mess.
Reading this shit, I guess triggered.
I'm triggered.
A thought like, why the fuck would anybody follow this shit?
I feel the same way.
And I thought about, because I was raised in a religious
so real
environment.
All they have to do is claim that they believe in God.
Well, my grandparents went to church all the time. There was not a time that they didn't. A lot of their friends were church friends. When my mother went and dragged us to church as well. They had great
waste of life.
They had great respect, quote unquote, for the leader. It was Southern Baptist. I don't know if it was a fucking priest or
reverend some shit,
whatever title.
How do you know they had a great respect
because
for him?
They talked about it. Like, oh, he's such a great guy.
Oh, words. How did they show it in actions?
Well, when my parents were having marriage problems and they wanted to have a third party viewpoint thing, they chose this guy.
How'd that work out?
Oh, well, not good.
Okay, so they had a respect for these fucking people.
And I was thinking, this guy is so fucking great, but this is the fucking horse shit he gets authority and wisdom from. I don't fucking believe it. What kind of fucking maniac was this guy?
God?
No,
or Abraham?
The preacher dude. The preacher.
Oh, the preacher that your grandparents
were good friends with him, that my mom and dad went to, and
probably terrible. I mean, anybody who can't see these words for what they are instead of what they want them to be, it's a big problem. Should I keep reading?
Yeah, sorry, I was thinking about just some of the crazy shit.
What crazy shit? Like you heard this guy say, or?
Well, the stuff he said, stuff I witnessed the actions of, and like the effect on other people. And I was thinking about the people involved and what their values in this problem was. This
Aren't
dude's
Southern Baptists crazy? Like they play with snakes and claim they speak in tongues.
uh there's a lot of weird shit with Baptists. Not all the Baptists are like that.
Oh, okay.
The Baptists like to sing. That's what makes Baptists Baptists, from my experience.
Hmm.
They like to sing more than they like to hear the fucking lecture.
Oh, okay.
Better way to spend their time, I guess.
Yeah. But then they make up fake stories. Well, whatever.
Uh so this reverend guy. I'm just gonna say preacher because I find the word preacher to be easier.
Okay.
So preacher guy.
I have no reverence for this reverend. Fuck him. He's a
Yeah.
preacher. It's cult leader.
Yeah. He from he outed
A gay guy, right?
yeah, a gay guy who
A black gay guy.
yeah, who I had a good or a nice relationship with. He didn't do anything weird to me.
Amiable.
I didn't know he was a homo. He never did homo things to me
Uh-huh.
or anybody else I knew. He wasn't like I was very surprised that when I
Like
heard
an
that.
abusive gay. The one that's, oh, honey, let me touch your testicles. Just a guy
Yeah, and I was like,
who happened
and
to
I
be
was just
gay.
like he, participated in a lot of stuff and seemed like a normal dude, and it was just like what, he likes to put his dick in other dudes or wants it in his own butt. Like I don't what it just didn't make a lot of sense to me. But now looking back, finding putting that shit back to disorder, being being a homo is not good. You're not putting family.
Yeah.
Uh,
But that doesn't mean fucking do the things to him that you expect him to do to you because he's gay.
yeah.
A lot of gays are sexually abused as children, so you're gonna hurt sexually abused children again? But he did, right? Because you found him to be like an upstanding member of your life. From what I remember, the gay guy.
He was a nice enough dude. We every time I ran into him, he was super friendly. I always saw him helping out people.
And they just kicked his ass out?
Yeah. Yeah, they treated this guy like shit.
And there's no excuse because we have Plato. We have 2,500 years of a person using reason. Not even Plato was like, oh, you fucking faggots are pissing me off. He's writing stories about them. Because he's the gay, those are the gays he's trying to talk to. The people without reason that he's trying to reform with reason.
So this maniac attacked from what my perspective is a decent human being. But not but alongside with he believes and leads a church based on all this crazy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Where he lives his life every day, either A, denying this shit and just taking advantage of the power that it gives, or B, believes in this and is out there behind the wheel of a car.
Yeah, drunk on piss and vinegar.
it's important that this guy who is a fucking maniac, this god, and he's like, that's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah. It's aggravating. It's fucking mind-bending. It fucking sucks.
Everybody talked about how great this fucking guy was.
The pastor or the
Yeah.
preacher.
Yeah.
I don't see how people resonate with other people. If there isn't complete reason, I don't resonate with anybody. I resonate with the people beneath me that could be with me, like Terry, you know? I can listen to him and, you know, forgive all the shit he says because he's fucking dead. But it's never like he's above me. This pastor's fucking above me or something, you know?
Yeah.
If you don't use reason, I don't find you valuable. Or if you work against reason. Terry didn't really work against reason all the time, but he was very scared and confused because he was a God person too. But you knew that God was fucking angry and vengeful because that's what it sounded like coming from Terry.
Yeah.
It's the same fucking God that it doesn't, you don't get to question God being an asshole because then you would see him being an asshole.
Yeah.
You have to fucking
pay no mind behind the man behind the curtain.
Yeah. I was thinking about texting, you know, my religious older friend and saying, look, I don't know how to talk to you because I know how bad God is for me and everyone around me and you. So how can we exist together? Yeah. You being you has a negative impact on me. And me being me seems like a blight on humanity. But you like abusive things. And I can't laugh with you when you tell me that you chased your kid and beat the shit out of him, and the other one did a little naked dance for you and you couldn't help but laugh. That sounds a lot like God.
Yeah.
It's unreasonable. If God is unreasonable, then fuck God. And you know what? If gravity can exist, there's no way that someone that unreasonable could build a car or a bicycle, let alone the entire fucking universe. No. You are lowering your standards by believing in this shit. Yeah. You're making yourself dumber. Just like your family made them dumber by revering that reverend. I think I have to pee.
Oh, disappointing, but okay.
No, I can wait. I have time.
And I was thinking that there's in engineering, mathematics, there's not a group of people, a field of people that do mathematics, do engineering, that believe in something other than 1 equals 1.
Counterpoint, you remember that guy I watched on YouTube who did a bunch of variable shit to go, see, 1 can equal 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's like that theoretical math shit. But not an engineer because they got to make the thing go, right?
Yeah, it's applied. You got to make it. You got to see the real results, otherwise it's not engineering. Well, I was trying to say I haven't come across people who use a different math.
How do they become religious and engineers then?
There's a split.
They gotta just be splitting themselves down the middle. Like Terry's dad, probably. That's how Terry got to be the way he is.
When you're in one environment, you can you pick and choose. You just split yourself.
And that's a dangerous fucking thing.
Uh, Redonkulous. Okay,
Painful.
You got a pee pee?
I can wait.
No, this is a good place to
Okay.
just pause.
Yeah, I gotta pee real quick. Those peas are coming quicker and quicker. Like what is it called when you're pregnant?
Quickening.
The quickening? Is that like when
That's
you're
when you got the
pulsing, you're getting the contractions?
No, that was when you feel the baby move. It's called a quickening.
Oh.
I guess the thing, and it was not the correct thing.
Slipknot should write a song about that. And the slickening when they get a girl's pussy wet.
Oh, Slipknot
Which it never fucking happened, those fucking beasts. The not the quickening, the contractions. My pee is happening like contractions, you know? Like the time between pees are getting shorter and shorter. That's all. Goodbye. I love you. No, not goodbye. I love you, miss you, one piece. That's the first time I've said goodbye in forever.
Yeah, that's weird.
Ugh, I don't like that word.
Ugh.
Shall we start
Start.
again?
Start again. Reading or
sorry.
talking about other things?
Reading, unless you have other things.
I think I have other things.
Okay. Look at him. Look at all of his other things.
So we all know numbers.
We all know numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're able to listen to us now, I think you need to know numbers.
Yeah. All the people. There's not people on this earth that don't recognize that there is a singular, there is two singulars,
Babies.
there's multiple singulars, there's ones, twos, threes.
Uh-huh.
Everybody does it, and they all have the same fucking properties. Exactly the same. This is a singular thing. It is.
Or a series of singular things.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's that is universal.
Mm-hmm.
That is earthal.
Steve Earthel. Got any numbers? Am I rifles?
So, no matter where you go,
You gotta count.
no matter where you go, everybody speaks that everybody knows this system. They may have different words for it, but that's because it exists outside everybody. Everybody can see it. Everybody knows.
Yeah.
So that's numbers are a tool to see the truth.
I think there's a lot of other words too. Just as a side note, like yes and no.
Yes, no. You get even more fucking complex. Fucking water. I don't think there's.
You don't need a word for
Please.
water. You just gotta point to it.
Everybody knows water. Everybody understands water. We all agree that it's got these properties, like it gets you fucking wet.
Uh-huh.
There's nobody that goes, that ain't water. This is water. And when you heat up water, it transforms into lizards. Like it's not.
But that first part though, that you think that's water, this is water, is very like a 90s cartoon or like a commercial for like Capri Sun or something.
So that's another thing there is a development of things that people do and have done, and we all use it now.
Not the belly.
That it's a truthful thing. We have these tools, we have these things that are outside of ourselves that we use to measure.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think it's fucking ridiculous that we can't develop a system.
I'm not taking that for granted.
Well, there's that, but developing a system where we have that for all of our things.
Mm-hmm.
If we all have the concept of
Agathoptics.
ones, and yes, that's what I was trying to get to, and doing the objective good, and that's the unit of measurement. That's our yes, that's our no, that's water, that's our singular, that's our.
Most of agathoptics is taking out all the things that you don't know for sure. But you do know that one is a singular thing, two is a singular thing and then also another singular thing, and you know 3 is a series of singular things. You know what water is. You know what yes is, what no is.
What pain is.
Mm-hmm. What the opposite of pain is.
Yeah. And while we can, maybe it's hard to describe what it is. We have what isn't to help build that thing, so we can all describe it and have a way to measure. I like have somebody describe what is pain.
Mm-hmm. Or you want me to? I feel like a lot of science has taken the pain out of pain, and it's like this is just whatever you feel. Pain is just your the stupid in you that's not seeing the benefit of this. You know, the pain is wrong inside of you. It's not that pain shows you what is wrong. I think that's a big split from nature to human, is that they made it seem like all the terrible things they did to people to try to get them better was a good thing. Hope you laid down nice.
Not on my shit.
He's a soft boy. Oh, you're not gonna get be gentle that way, sir.
I don't want to fucking hear it. I ain't taking it from you, furball. Be good.
When it crosses into that sexual zone, it's like I'm not being gentle with you now. You could take that shit somewhere else.
Yeah.
You got a hole upstairs where I got everything you could hump. Clean up after yourself, Grossy. I think in that way, people feel like they're gonna lose all of themselves. Or maybe it's the way I presented it, because I guess it does seem like if all you are is your faggotry and your fucking stuff that doesn't matter. Like, oh, now you're an influencer who doesn't know anything, doesn't think about anything, but you got all these fucking flags and you tell people which wars are good, who's the enemy, who's the fucking what's the best thing to buy, and it becomes a serious fucking problem. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know if people realize this. Every time like I try to talk to people, because they fight me all the time, it's like I can't do it the route that I want. I've got to untangle the chaos that they gave me so that they could defend against what I just said. And that's the worst thing to do. You know, me and friendo, younger friendo with the kid. I said that like this thing is bothering me in the world, and she's like, "What am I supposed to do? Quit my job? Fucking this and that." I'm like, oh, hold the fucking phone. How far off retarded do you want to go right now because you don't want to follow what I'm doing right now? Or ask me fucking questions, or why am I even talking if it's going to be your conversation? You do what you got to do. Oh, but also, I'm trying to get your approval for my decision that I made, even though I don't trust anything else you fucking say. I don't give you time to say it. No, I think what you did was stupid. The end. And I do stupid things too. That's just the way it is. I'm not judging you based on like how I feel about your decision. If you did something that's wrong, but I understand how you did, and I can feel empathy for you. You know?
Yeah.
There's a difference between what you do and how you feel about it.
Yeah.
Could I have more of that drink? Thank you.
Yeah, baby. So I think it's important to realize that we all you already do this. You're fucking miles ahead of us. Me and every other retard on the planet. To realize that we have this ability to use tools to measure things. So we can all speak the same language. So we all
It's not just an engineering thing. We could do that everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Talking, thinking.
We got lots of tools. Our feelings are our tool.
Yeah. So we got these things, and we can use them to kill each other, or we can use them to say something fucking lame, like get along. But the best thing to do is to fucking get along.
Yeah.
I mean, it's some sort of.
What kind of amiable relationship can you have with someone?
That don't mean fucking friendly. I think that's a confusing thing that gets. I don't have to like you, but I'm not fucking with you. There's a respect. There's
friendship isn't separate from it. Friendship should come from respect, I think. That if you grow something, you grow it the best. And I know because I'm measuring you by me. I mean, even if I don't grow shit the best, obviously we're on the same playing field if I respect you for how you do things. If I'm working towards the best and you're working towards the best, we can make products together that we can share in. You know, it's not like digging things or playing fucking Minecraft together. You could be making fucking growing barley and I could be distilling beer or whatever people do, fermenting beer.
Yeah.
And there's a play there, there's a survival there, there's a enjoyment, a thrival of enjoying good things. That's where good friendship develops from, I think. And you can't have it if you're both doing good things, but also you believe in Krishna and I believe in fucking Jesus or some shit. It just doesn't fucking work, because then reason gets omitted in those things. And it's like, well, who's right about that then? Sorry, did I Humphrey Bogart you?
No, you got me thinking about silly things.
Like making beer?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Not just making beer, but what the impact of doing that would have on our kids.
Let them fucking try it. They'll probably hate it from first.
Yeah.
Don't tell me not to give my kids beer. I'll get them drunk. Fuck you.
Like that Townsend thing we were watching?
Mm-hmm.
What the old Europeans had to do, everybody drank beer, even the kids.
They had to, because their fucking water was undrinkable.
But making small beer, that very low alcohol shit.
Like kombucha, too.
Yeah. And having...
Fermenting is good.
What effect would that have on our kids' health growing up young, consuming alcohol?
Probably a good one if we made it ourselves.
Because all the good fermentation stuff.
Yeah. Just like kombucha, just like fucking yogurt, just like fucking cheese.
I think it would be good.
Everything people do kills good bacteria in you. From drinking fucking vodka to fucking boiling milk and vegetables, and getting fucking antibiotics. It's caused a very bad thing in a lot of people. I still feel a whole lot fucking better than I ever did when I had when I didn't have milk.
Yeah.
Though it's a fucking joke by, two Jews, Brownstein and fucking Armisen, but it's true. Try it first before you, get lesbian with someone, fucking idiot.
We could speak a language where what you're saying will make instant sense instead of having to go through all the science about how
that would never happen.
Boiling breaks down chemical bonds and
Mm-hmm.
that hold those good things that are for you. And the things that are good for you have special shapes that latch onto other things that help you absorb stuff and help keep other things away. Because why? Different
patterns,
different
quilts.
Molecules have different shapes.
Keeping the cold out because you have a stitched jacket.
Physically and electrically.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's, without having to go through that
creates
science.
like layers upon layers of the self.
Yeah.
That people are just getting destroyed by doing dumb things.
There's, and that, like, this example, I think, is really good for showing the power of creation versus destruction. Okay. Do things this way. Create. There's things being created, right? You get to talk about all these different layers of understanding just by talking about milk and all the stuff that goes with it. How far do you get to go with the science of the destruction? Boil the milk. Okay, what's left? Water. Done.
Surviving till you die on water. on cloudy water.
Yeah.
I guess some protein.
You got to talk about the different shapes of things and how it's good for your body. No, there ain't nothing fucking there. You boiled. Mm-hmm. You boiled any.
What happens when you boil fucking a beer or boil kombucha? Boil cheese.
That kills the bacteria.
Boil yogurt.
Makes the change that you're hoping to use.
Mm-hmm. I think everybody with their silly Japanese culture shit, I mean, they ferment a whole bunch of shit. That's still in their culture thingy. They dry fish.
Soy sauce got that fucking mold. That's what makes it really.
Yeah, a mold that apparently only exists in Japan at this point because nobody does really tests for those things.
Or at least occurs naturally there.
Yeah. I guess you could get in a packet here or some shit.
Yeah.
Tochi Bochi, whatever that shit's called. Damn. Tuki Dookie. That's fun.
So there's no reason why we can't have the measurement, which gives us the definitions, that gives us the understanding, the foundation to be strong, stop the bullshit.
And just as a side note, sorry, because I think it matters a little bit, boiling is nothing compared to like salt. The way that everything gets murdered in salt, and yet we have all these antibiotics and this and that. If salt will kill all the good things that you need, who's to say what fucking boiling will do to all the things,
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy to me. You can't have like too much salt, even like a body. You can't have too much salt, not enough salt. Because of something, electricity, but also fucking chemistry. That's crazy. That chemistry is just electricity too. Or what is the science word for electricity? Like magnets, the study of magnets.
Oh, electromagnetism.
Electromagnetism. What about electricity? Is it just electromagnetism?
Yeah, there's electro for the electricity and magnetism.
So it's like the same thing? Oh,
yeah.
Okay. And somehow that makes chemistry and biology.
Yeah.
Those processes, when you just cult of death it to just fucking boil it, shoot everything to make sure that you stay safe. It's a terrible place that you don't understand. Everything is fear instead of looking at all the layers of information that secure you with information, knowledge, wisdom.
Where do you go with it? Yeah, it's just, well, it's dead, and then that's it.
Yeah. Can you make cheese with it? No. Do you get lactose? There, all the things that help you bind fucking lactose or whatever in your body, you boiled it away, so now you diarrhea. I guess you shouldn't drink milk then. I guess milk is bad for you. I guess humans are just not meant to drink milk.
Even though it fucking comes out of the titties and babies need it to live.
Yeah, and it's been like the thing that people have fucking survived on since the beginning.
That's why we domesticated the cow.
That's why we followed the cow, too. Apparently, from what I've seen in like Bedouin things and those people in fucking, they're like, yeah, our shit comes from the beginning. We've been doing, I mean, maybe a lie. We've been doing this shit forever. We follow animals and we make fucking kefir, you know, with their fucking milk. We have these kefir grains that we've had just forever.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's like creating a whole society, a strong, old society within a cup. Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
We gotta be doing that shit, but everybody rents things. Nobody gets to live fucking forever. Apparently. Nothing is assured. We don't build anything with strength. We don't have 1,000-year-old fucking microbiomes that would probably benefit us right now.
Yeah.
Because the risk of having something that old be like conquered by a couple of germs, a sneeze, would nothing. Because it has the fucking strength.
Yeah. That's I think there is a thing that is like that is in humans now. But it's there not because we chose it. Because we suffered a lot and got stronger for it.
Pain? Hurt?
Resistance to the bubonic plague. The people who survived the plague, one of the reasons that they survived is they ate more. They people who survived tended to eat more meat. They had.
Why is that?
Well, I watched this thing and it made so much sense to me
at the time. So yeah. I gotta just trust you.
Still, I'll explain. This thing they got these people got tissue samples from
cadavers,
from old bones, from people who were known to have died of the plague.
And there's a lot of them.
And people who survived the plague of the same time. You know, this guy died of the plague, and in the cemetery they dig up the guy next to him. This guy didn't die of the plague. And they did comparisons from people who died around the plague to people who survived and what the average is now. And they found this correlation between, like, it was people who survived had increased like a very specific increase in iron. And other science has shown that, like, that we got stuff to treat the plague now, and the thing that is effective in treating the plague is
iron. So that correlation that's causation now, right? We're pretty sure.
Yeah. So I always thought that was kind of I learned that. Like, oh, holy shit. and everybody on the planet now has that increased like 8% iron, kind of like
Except the vegans, they'll all get the bubonic plague, idiots.
but no, well, like even though it may have done some changing, but like from there, it's like it was accepted into our DNA. Like everybody has this increase because of the Europeans, and they banged everybody, and
Oh,
and
because
and
they
Mongols
had
the
more
same
iron.
thing, yeah. And then everybody,
We were born with some like a boost or something, a level up, an evolution because they
yeah,
ate the iron.
yeah.
Hmm.
And through worldly stuff, everybody's related to everybody now, and this particular bit of everybody's got like an 8% increase in their overall iron, and nobody dies of the plague anymore. You get cases every now and then, but it's one, and like everybody survives. Like it's not.
Oh, that's pretty crazy.
You, of course, go to the hospital because
That's
you
pretty
get
science.
you are sick with it, so you need help. Your percentage wasn't good enough.
Sometimes.
Yeah. So, and then they give you antibiotics, and you're on your way.
Hmm. Which is a bad thing.
Which is, and this
You
thing,
should fight it off, but
yeah, and this thing killed almost all of the people where we come from now.
how many of them had like their own distilleries or like their own cheese and shit? I wonder
Yeah.
how much was clean, because closer to the city you got, nobody gave a shit.
Yeah.
Or like the higher ups, the kings and the queens, there were people who had to make their own like sewage society and shit to get all the shit and piss off the streets.
Yeah,
They couldn't live like that.
Stop attracting the things that bring the rats who've got the fleas, who've got the sickness.
New York City, Donald Trump.
I don't know why the fuck we're talking about that.
Why not? Oh, because of level up in immunity. Because of the things our ancestors did. Layering that preventative measure stuff.
Yeah. Seems possible to level up like that, but not have to suffer.
Yeah.
I feel like agathoptics could do that.
Mm-hmm. It does it for your mind.
If everybody could try to understand everybody, everything.
Yeah.
And
it's not that hard. Like, when you were with my religious friend, it's like, nobody can know everything. Bullshit. You just denied it before you tried it. What kind of a fucking retard does that? Everybody is the trick answer. But you can know everything. And I feel like every time we gain information, we don't lose information because it's all tied together.
Yeah.
And that's where brains come from, and that's why dementia happens. People aren't doing these things that build these layers of, because people split themselves. For one, if you split yourself between the engineering you and the religious you are more likely to have dementia. I would guarantee it.
Yeah.
You're more likely to get sick. I would guarantee as well. Because you're not going about those things to prevent and go into the future better and better and better. If you're doing better and better and better, you don't have to be like, holy shit, why did all this bad stuff happen? You know?
Yeah.
If it happens, you expected it, for one. I expect bad things every day, and I'm like, yep, I knew that was going to happen. Too bad, what preventative measure can I take but what I'm trying right now? talking to random people on the internet. Hi, I know that you get worshipped by a bunch of people who give you money and tell you how great you are, but I'm telling you you're not that great and you should listen to me. What's the likelihood, PewDiePie? That's unfortunate. Because I do just want to have a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
I want the kind of sleep that I thought I could have when I was younger. Until my parents started beating me. Can I have that? Click, click, boom. Just this.
Electric dumbass.
Oh, yeah! I wonder if he's doing it. I mean, I would say he was, based on the information I have, but there's a lot of mistakes that he's made that you've seen. Because you're an engineer yourself.
Yeah. He's careless.
Does the things that...
Deliberately careless.
Okay, but not just that, right? Because there were a couple of times where he said the wrong thing, like he knew wrong things.
Yeah.
And then sometimes he found out or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there are sometimes I feel like he knows he's going to get hurt, but he gets some views. He's not completely stupid how he got 7 million people watching him about electricity.
Yeah.
I would imagine that when there's a lot of times where he does stupid things because he knows it's not going to kill him, but he knows it's going to hurt.
Yeah.
And somehow he split himself now into a person who doesn't hesitate to do them. There's a lot when he was like, I was getting nervous because he was just putting his finger lower and lower, and it doesn't matter how a 9-volt battery to the tongue fucking is too disturbing of an amount of electricity for me. So, and I feel like there are sometimes you can see the amount of electricity going to him change because of the reaction in either his equipment or how many purple things you see travel to his finger.
Yeah.
But there's also things that he doesn't know because he was like, this is supposed to be this. And then he doesn't go over it again. And you're like, that's not true. I trust you with high voltage things more than him because you don't act like an asshole to show people that information. Whatever. Sorry. Went off on a tangent.
It's all right. I was saying a little bit on a tangent myself. Glad I do low voltage stuff. So
yeah, I would
that's
not.
That's not a thing that I have to deal with.
You understand it, and you still don't want to do it.
Yeah.
I think because you understand it, you don't want to do it. You're like, oh, there's a difference between voltage and amp and ohms and something, and even fucking 0.1 of this one would fucking kill you. And how do you know for sure something's there? Because the systems can be faulty. You don't know if you have to rely on other people's work to do it carelessly. What if for some reason the circuit, the trip shit in his house doesn't work? There's so many times where he relied on circuit breakers to pop.
Yeah.
To save him from death. And he's like, oh shit, that isn't, that wasn't supposed to happen, or fucking...
Yeah.
I don't think he's memeing fucking causing almost fires in hotel rooms. He doesn't go there like expecting it to be broken or something. I don't think, but if he is, I think he should tell people.
Maybe think of some of those hockey guys.
Beer league?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Like, I've known people who have been skating for over 30 years and
Still trying to slice people up.
and haven't improved a fucking lick. This fucking guy, what if he's just that guy? He hasn't learned fucking anything new.
It is very easy for people, stupid people, to make money now. Contrary to whatever that other person said at some point, where it was like, how is it possible that an idiot like this could make so much money? What do you mean? What's a Hollywood? Every institution is the highest person is the dumbest person, causing the most trouble, because just like the Bible, God is the highest person. He's the one causing the trouble. Why are you doing that, God? Because you don't exist. I'm insulting a fucking a nothing thing right now. I'm insulting, I guess, man's imagination to want to see. You know, we all want to see God. But I digress, because I regressed.
That fucking guy is a beer league engineer.
Might be. I don't watch enough of him to... I wonder if that's how he started and now he's just a monkey, but he's still like beer league engineer. He's just aware that people like to see that, so he might get too careless.
He's got beer league intelligence.
There's a lot of things that he does that I don't understand, but you can understand them and you're dope too.
Like, I feel like that kind of... Maybe he has recreational intelligence.
What would be like the opposite of recreational intelligence?
You, I guess.
Is it because of my seriousness?
Yeah.
Would Batman have my same kind of seriousness? Wife seriousness? Does an abusive nun? Or are they recreational too? Spiritual seriousness?
You can't give this up, wife. You can give up playing beer league hockey.
Could he give up electricity?
You don't play beer league hockey because you want to be perfect. You want to relax. You want to fuck around. It's the path of not perfect. It's not the best. So you wouldn't go down that way.
Oh. Yeah.
At least now when it comes to smarts.
I tried to leave it up to a higher power. Like, just tell me the information. Let's go. Little did I know it was me telling me the information the whole time, and it's like, shit.
I'm really liking the idea of beer league intelligence. You've been doing it for 30 years. You've been doing it for 50 years, and you haven't got any fucking better at it.
We should make a thumbnail about him. Him, like, fucking burning his hand. Beer league intelligence.
Yeah.
That's silly.
Yeah, I don't really want to think. I don't want to... Yeah, sometimes I can make it pass. Sometimes, no.
I was pretty dedicated to doing that trick shot or whatever with his hand.
Yeah.
But that was one day. Oh, it was like a beer league because it wasn't just a practice. He was fighting against somebody because there was a guy who did it. He was like, I can't be bested by this other engineer who has less subscribers.
Yeah. He gave his screwdriver to the technician guy who didn't have a fucking screwdriver.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how many times this guy breaks his stick and it's his only stick and he's really fucking bummed because they're fucking expensive.
Uh-huh.
somebody will give him a stick, or at least
Mm.
to finish, the game and shit.
Mm. And then they break that one too.
No, man, I've seen that a few times. It is that usually causes some animosity.
Life is a game to men, but that game, if not seen as more than a game, results in just death.
Yeah.
He's got to think about his daughter and his wife.
Yeah. Is it really worth it at this point that something could go really fucking wrong? Like, some of them places with them wires, you got no.
Maybe he felt like he was pushing it there, and that's why he didn't do it in Japan. He was like, I'm not even fucking with it.
Fuck, kick his ass out the country. Go to jail.
Right? I want him to go to North Korea and do that shit.
I bet that's why he did it in fucking Mexico. They probably know Mexico. Nobody in Mexico give a fuck. The lights go out for a minute. They go out all the time.
Yeah.
But power goes out in Japan, a very technically advanced fucking place.
Are they technically advanced?
Yeah.
I think that they just force the most safest and most high-tech thing.
Yeah.
And that's just a cultural fucking... Is that advanced? Because it's forced? I mean, the forced, I feel like, makes it less advanced. It's like technology through abuse, isn't it? I wouldn't give that advanced the fucking...
Okay.
Oh, they got robots. Yeah, so does fucking... My goddamn computer that I bought for $20. My Tamagotchi. It's so gross. I hate whoever created the Bible. I can't hate God because he's not real. That would be giving God more power than what else.
You're gonna be hating Harry Potter too. He's
Oh yeah, I can't hate Harry Potter unless I'm living in that stupid ass Dumbledore world. I gotta hate fucking Rowling.
Yeah.
JK.
Or I can not like the visuals of seeing fucking Daniel Radcliffe.
Yeah, I could not like his fucking stupid face.
Yeah. There's lots of people like that.
His horse fucking face. I was thinking on the toilet. Recently I was talking about that mantra thing.
Yeah.
Making sure that I don't ever in my head like that you are here thing, kind of having that moment with myself. Because I've been noticing that there's a lot of times where my brain, if I just let it go, will kind of bring a godlike thing back into the equation, like something that controls things other than what naturally controls things. Like I'm trying to understand by doing the mantra, knowing the exact line between what is out of my control and what's only in my control. Like, can the universe create something and then protect it? Like God protected fucking Cain when he sent him to the fucking, What abuse. So in the first one, God kicks Adam and Eve out of the garden, but then sews them fucking leather garments. When Cain kills his brother, he's like, you're never gonna have a piece of land again, fuck you. Let me walk you there. It seems so...
Good cop, bad cop. Like, I'm gonna hurt you, but I'll do something nice. Like that.
My mother used to do that.
That's not fucking abuse at all, is it?
Mm-hmm. Something's so fucking wrong about everything. So, knowing that where that line is, because the tarot is too coincidental.
I mean, we really are made in God's image. If that's the fucking case. I mean, if we're fucking doing it, we can see that he fucking did it. No wonder where we get it from.
Oh yeah, right. Oh really? We're still made in like some derivative of the universe. image. That's why when we do things, 1, 2, 3 is so prominent. That's why numbers work to make things fly or go. All of this stuff is available to us, from the shit that we eat to the literal shit that we eat to the oxygen that we can breathe underwater when we put on a suit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To the electricity that we can use in our house. All of this stuff is available for us to use as if we are in an Eden of sorts. But there's nobody telling us that we can't do something. Except other men who don't want you to do it for a malicious reason, or they don't want to do it for want you to do it for a stupid reason. There can only be those two. Cause if it's, oh, you're gonna pollute the earth. Oh, and what about you? Your tons of fucking oil in the ocean, or all the shit that you have in your fucking, in the paint in your ship. All the damage you do to the fish that you travel by because you own that fucking shit, right? There's a better way to do fucking everything. Shit, sorry, where was I going with this? That there is something that supports us fully. Literally, right?
Yeah.
Because all of our food's there, all of our interests are there, all of our survival is there, and we're at the top. There is no thing that can outsmart us. Oh, unless you fucking count the aliens that came down and told us that. That's a human manipulating you, you know? You have to be smarter than all the dumbness, because all the stuff you can figure out what you can eat and what you can't eat, right?
Right.
You can do experiments to see what is within your reach, and maybe this is poisonous in this stage, but then it's the best thing in this stage. There's so much to experience in the world. And the same goes for our mind, I would reckon, because we have this space to create this character that looks like us. It just so happens this character looks like us. We created God in our image, rather than, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if I keep doing this "you are here" mantra, my hurt that I want to stop is not knowing exactly everything. I guess not knowing exactly what the universe is versus exactly what I am and what I can control. And I got this doing this mantra on the toilet thing today. Realizing that I was bringing, and I was like, no, it's me who controls this thing that my brain just says is controlled by a higher power. And I was like, I have to make it that first before I make it the other thing, because I'll just keep waiting and waiting for results. If you rely on yourself first, you know if you can or you can't do it. And you can always go back. And if you can do it, it's like, cool. But if a person keeps saying they're going to do something for you and they don't do it, you can wait a lot longer than you'd wait for yourself. Because you have a direct line to the truth. Because it's you.
Makes sense.
So going in this trajectory of thinking, I was like, if there was so much power, if there's so much power that keeps people stupid with this God shit, with the politics shit, and they just keep rambling and rambling, what kind of power can you attain in this world by doing the best thing? Like, what if that's where I can do magic or some shit, you know? So I was like, cool, I just gotta keep going, you know? Maybe one day, but then I was like, oh, if I gotta rely on other people, like, that sucks. I don't know yet, because I have no test subjects, but I feel like if someone appreciated me the way I appreciated me, I could take over the world and no child or kitten has to die.
I think that's a pretty good outcome.
Everywhere from some idiot in the streets to some idiot in an important building like Putin or something. They're all looking for what I have. Everybody wants information is power, you know? I have information that will make more of the world available.
Yeah. Man, speaking of that, the shit you said the other day, I think I talked about this. No, it was that live stream. That. Oh fuck! Now I don't remember.
No.
About the reference time. I'm flipping back and forth, but that's not important. At some point you had mentioned that women can conquer a part of a man's brain that he doesn't see.
Yeah.
Like we're just oblivious to it.
Yeah.
And if we have a good relationship,
you're oblivious of it until you're not. Until you feel that thing and you're like, I love you. Well, you know, weird shit.
Yeah, even then, you know, there's new things that get discovered, and you could see those things.
Yeah. And you see it wrong. You can see it wrong too. Plenty of boys, I'm sure, they feel that love, and then because they don't get exactly what they want in return, they're like, I don't know why it didn't work. It's not like a fucking car engine or something. It's just me, man. And we don't know what we want. So that should mean I could define it for you. No, it means I want to explore. Sorry. Anyway.
So, if we have a good relationship, then I can see. You just have this innate skill. It's what women do. There's a difference between men and women.
Yeah, I think it's like a natural thing. Maybe we don't even know about that much.
Yeah. Because you could be doing it and not even realizing it, and we could be affected and not realize it.
Yeah. It's an unconscious thing, a thing that exists in nature by default.
But once you become aware of it, it's like, well, there's that knowledge. It's there.
Yeah, now I know what to ask what color lipstick he likes on me or something. What lipstick he wants to see on his dick.
You're not taught that.
We're taught it by our bodies, maybe a little bit. Yeah. It's almost like something that occurs between the outside world, inside world parts of us. Maybe it's that snake. What if that snake is the inside of Eve's mind? We gotta read that part again later.
Like the penguin in Fight Club?
Yeah.
Snake. Sick.
Unconscious mind and conscious mind. We're doing something to each other, even if we don't know we're doing it.
Oh yeah, conquering. So you ladies have the ability to see parts of our brain that we fucking can't. We're blind to it. It's a blind spot.
Mm-hmm.
Every dude falls for it. We are susceptible to it because we're not aware.
Mm-hmm. So susceptible that now you let boys do it to you. Like those snakes in the wild that try to get warm by getting like... Or they get smaller and... never mind. Doesn't matter. It's like an alpha beta thing. Or the cuttlefish that sneak to get their semen in the lady or something. The boys, in order to have the best world and the outside world, which is to be with another guy, to have someone who will like protect you and stuff, they put on lipstick and suck your dick, and then it's like, we got cuttlefished. Not on the book. Have you no respect?
God,
can
no.
go anywhere else.
It's okay.
Oh, okay. So you're so unaware of it that now dudes somehow can be aware of it enough to abuse yours.
Well,
Men abuse each
they
other.
do a fake job because they study women. And men are lazy and become even weaker mentally to be susceptible to fucking gayness.
Yeah. But it's a blind spot, so do you really know what it is? But I guess your strength, you'd never fall for a dude unless, maybe you were like a 65-year-old virgin. I think, if someone our age eventually like never has sex until they're 65, I feel like they would have sex with even if they were adamant, I ain't no faggot or something. That's around our age range. They become older and it's like, hey, well, I didn't know, or I'm lying to myself, or I'm just an old man doing drugs. I don't give a shit. It needs degeneracy.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, sorry. You have a blind spot.
Yeah. And it's women's skill to see it.
But also, they're not using their skill very well. Only to like the worst ways.
But if we have a good relationship, then you can help me see.
Yeah. I can either see it for me or I can see it for both of us. I can either see your blind spot to
get some water.
To manipulate, to use to my benefit, which will only get me so far. I remember one time I told a guy that I was manipulating a guy and he was like, fuck you, bitch. And I was like, I'm just trying to survive here, Never talk to that guy again. Like, no, wait, I wouldn't do that to you. Don't you cause wars where you have friends and you have enemies? That's what I'm doing too. Didn't matter.
Retard.
But if I'm doing it for both of us, then you get to see that thing now through me. I just have to do my best.
Yeah. Through my good relationship with you, I have now gained a better view of myself. I now know more about my mind, about my blind spots, and thus I know about other people's blind spots, which makes me stronger.
Are you sure that every dude has the same blind spot?
It's not.
Or that every dude has a blind spot that a woman is meant to...
Yes, absolutely.
Why is that?
Absolutely. Because there is a spot that is meant for you inside our heads. And you have that skill. So you have the back door in. You have the day 1-0 flaw. Can't be patched.
Yeah. Because everybody has a part of you, right? Every McDonald's commercial, everything has a place in you once you experience it. Why not for the best when the person you're making a child with, who will carry on your skill, use the free will and understanding to do the best thing to carry with the child? That's learning and loving, not just bada bopping, eating fucking cheeseburgers in the dark, crying.
With all these crazy feelings, it seems like love's a pretty crazy feeling. Coming's a pretty crazy feeling.
Yeah, all the intense feelings come from me, right?
Yeah. And it's like people discovered, like, they got a trick. They learned we could fuck and not, like, we could do it more often, but we don't get those cool feelings.
And
that's an okay trade-off.
Yeah, because they don't even realize it, right? They just do it and they're like, why am I empty inside?
It's like you could be doing heroin, but instead you're doing fucking crack. Or whatever, it's...
Instead of doing heroin, you're doing your wife?
or something.
Okay.
You could be doing something better,
Yeah.
but you're doing something
It seems
shitty.
like all of those things do like drag you down, even if people like have passions. At some point, the passion is a detriment to you, unless you have someone who is your passion before other passions.
Uh-huh.
That's pretty cool. It seems like there's just so the separation between universe and human is these are our default states that we're born with, that we have, at least right now. We don't have that decision. It was the universe of the billions of years of cause and effect that led you to have a blind spot and me to have a backdoor Trojan. And it's a thing that we just have to deal with as we go, but we understand it more as we deal with it and go. And it's like, holy shit, what are you going to be doing? Just playing video games? Like, this is a ride. Life is a ride when you learn how to learn it.
Life is study.
Life is study. How many ways can you use 1, 2, 3? It's fucking crazy. Even just thinking about it. How many strong forces and weak forces that create a new thing that then becomes the strong force to another weak force.
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
There's a lot of strong force, weak force relationships.
Yeah.
That create a reaction that then becomes its own strong force that now contends with its own weak force.
Mm-hmm.
To create a new thing that then becomes a strong force that has a weak force. Even just humans, you and me,
Yeah.
1, 2, we have a baby, and that baby goes and has a relationship with another baby when they're older and of the opposite sex. Whichever, but probably girls, at least at first.
You don't get born from dew and butts.
Yeah. That's the end game. That's death.
That's the fact, Jack.
If there isn't a place to go, then it's a bad thing. Just like boiling milk.
Uh-huh.
You don't get to make all the cheeses and all the fucking this and that's. All the beers. Not with milk, but, if without the fermentation. Oh!
Okay.
I forgot what we were talking about.
Conquering.
Conquering.
Yes. You can see parts of our mind that we can't see.
Ours? Like everybody? Or?
Women can see a part of men's minds that men don't see.
We could change him. We see that opportunity to change you, I guess.
Impact you because there's
yeah.
There's a possibility of it because we live in two worlds at the same time.
Yep.
And there's two kinds of people. So there's a shape for women that exists in your mind.
Yeah.
No man is immune from that.
Yeah. They can only react to it. You can't be immune to it. Even if you ignore it, you have to choose to ignore it.
Yeah. And it doesn't work with two gays, two dudes, two ladies.
Because it comes from ladies. They do what the ladies do to each other.
I think there's...
Or they just fuck them by force.
Because there is a difference between men and women, and babies is the big difference or the relationship between men and women, is there's no possibility of baby.
Yeah. Just like pasteurization.
It's a different shape. It's a different thing.
Wow. Gay is like boiled milk.
Yeah. Gay is boiled milk.
Ay. And you can't make cheese out of boiled milk.
Nope.
Ugh. Can't make yogurt out of boiled milk.
So if we have a good relationship, you and me, then you can help me see my mind. And I know myself, then I can know other people. So I can see inside their minds. I can see.
Mm-hmm.
I can
watch their every move, every breath they take.
So because I know parts of myself that I didn't know before, I now know more than another person. I can see that kind of stuff in them. You could do people calculus.
Mm-hmm.
It's
hard to express it, but I'm trying.
I don't believe there could be two dude thinkers out there who put their minds together and didn't choose solutions that didn't lead to destruction.
Mm-hmm. Because what do? Well, what do you want?
Yeah.
What do the people want? Well, if you don't have a woman to a lover, a girl who you want stuff for, you don't know what the people want. You can't delegate what the people want. I want a swimming pool. I want fucking all this. I want all that. You can't get to the root or that center cause because that a female that you love for a guy is that center cause.
Yeah.
Alexander is not great. He's a great waste of life. Fucking loser. Get out of here. He'd never make... So he conquered. So what? He wasn't bringing people together. He wasn't helping. It was what people did then. Yeah, he defeated Xerxes maybe, or his dad did. Fucking whatever. I think Alexander did it. But I'm not sure. But either way, it's just what they fucking did. It wasn't for fucking world peace or some shit. Oh, we'll all come together under one fucking person. Everybody wants to come under one person. One rule, one law, one love, one heart. Let's get together and feel all right. That's me. That's the first girl who was able to choose to look inside a man and find the key to forever. That's where it started. And then now we gotta give it to everybody or else, I don't know, we're fucked. I don't know. Maybe. Ever since I haven't been able to talk to anybody about it, it's been harder to figure it out. But it'll come. All that shit was delusions anyway. It was just my imagination.
You've helped me view where a lot of my vulnerabilities are. And I think
without stabbing you in them, right? That's war.
Yeah.
I'm like your tactician.
Yeah.
In a way.
Yeah, so now I can protect myself better
Hmm.
against a lot of things.
Maybe there's a list of things I can be to you. One is a tactician. One is making you experience all the good feelings of sex. One is giving you child.
Good home.
Good home. Fun. The best judgment.
Yeah.
The person who will not move for you. Because if you're a man, you could conquer everybody. You could be on top, hypothetically. Except me. You'd never be able to conquer me. I don't give a shit. You could kill me. You still haven't conquered me. I'll haunt your fucking dreams, and you know that. So, she exists with me for all these years, and then I killed her, and now I hear her when I sleep. And when I wake. Unless I'm drinking, then she gets louder, but I'm too drunk to care. I start talking to her, I start dancing with a pumpkin. And that's the psychosis of man.
Yeah.
Last Dance with Mary Jane. Oh, dang, that's breaking things down to men and women. That's why he's there in that position.
In that same position is the reason he was on a fentanyl patch.
Yeah, he didn't realize his wants and needs. Did he need those fentanyl patches? No. What happened to him? What pain do you have to endure because somebody convinced you to get like a hip replacement? All that shit I think is a scam. You got to get your bones better. If he drank milk that hasn't been boiled, I think he would have not died. He wouldn't have needed whatever surgery he got that led him to...
Yeah. Have bad hips. What you got at bad hips?
Huh?
What was he doing in his life that gave him bad hips?
Jumping up and down on stage, I guess.
Well,
is that what happened? Do you remember that? I don't.
Was that the
or are you just saying that as a random example?
No, I think that was what.
Oh, okay. Then it was probably jumping up and down on stage.
Yeah, I think it was like a hip replacement.
So how could you realize your wants and needs? You wanted to become a singer and you made it your need to sing, and then you fucked it up. He should have went forward. Don't trust the government. Don't trust nobody. Trust your instincts first, or trust your. You have your instincts. Is, I'm sure, just a way that people have communicated with that natural thing that is also them. That takeover, that physical pain, that feeling hungry thing, and then your voice screaming at you about being hungry. But measuring that by what you see and experience in the outside world. You know?
Yeah.
And always know that everything is possible, but whatever you find to be the most possible, that's what you go with at the time. So, drink milk, I guess. If only I could tell Tom Petty how easy it would have been. Oh, if we could bring people back from the dead, I would bring back Trevor Moore, Tommy, Adolf Hitler, and Tom Petty. And I would put them through that fucking... Oh, and You Are Here, Randy, Travis, Terry. I would bring them all back together and I would put them through the system. And be like, holy shit, I didn't need to die on pills. I never needed those pills. I never needed that surgery. Maybe I should have just, I'm going to respect my body now, respect its limits, and give it nutrients to challenge those limits.
What kind of perspective would they have from being
brought back from the dead?
Dead to not.
Oh, dead to life. I don't know.
That's a lot of more. That's an infinity more questions.
Would doing that in this hypothetical situation give me the power of them? Like, would they be so stricken by confusion and fear that they cling to me like a child reborn from death? And they would listen to every word I said and they would feel good because it's a shot. Oh my God, I'm alive. Why did I? If you're like that, you're not like, damn, why am I not still dead? Like in Tommy's case, he purposely killed himself. Terry maybe too. So even them, they would have to be like, oh shit, you're right. I feel a physical feeling because I'm new and I can't control it. I feel of being elated that I get that my life has returned. And then what?
I was thinking if are they aware? Have they experienced a consciousness since they've been dead? So are they aware time has passed, or
Probably not.
They come back and they're just like
It's
feeling
like
the thing right before they die because it's the last thing they remember.
it's. I would imagine it's just like going to sleep and waking up. I think that dying is just like going to sleep. Plus pain and stuff. But that moment that you're out like a light, if death was such a thing that we should experience, maybe I'm contradicting myself, but why would we experience it all? Is that a way to feel comfortable with it? I don't think so, because I've never been comfortable with it. Once I figured out, or once I learned about death as a child, it kept me up at night. I don't want to die, so if I fall asleep, like I already made that association.
Falling asleep is like death.
Yeah. And there's a lot of times, like in great bouts of depression, in times where I thought I was gonna die, it all feels the same. There was one time that I had such a bad infection that I thought I was gonna die, and things were like when you're going to sleep, how things are kind of like in and out of, you feel in and out of consciousness, I guess. No.
I think. Can you say that one more time?
When you're falling asleep, you feel in and out of consciousness when you take inventory.
Yeah.
Of where you are. Like, oh,
yeah.
Did I hear the last 3 sentences of what was going on? Well, I've heard this TV show before and I don't remember it, so maybe I was gone for this long or something.
Yeah.
Lots of measuring. And it all feels like the same. If we can make that correlation between the two, maybe that's a way to solve something with death. Maybe it's a key. I think if we would just feel it once, like, oh, going to sleep, just going to sleep, just going to sleep, so that when we die, it's just going to sleep. And we're less concerned about it. That would seem like humane, and we are humans. I feel like animals don't have that nervousness when they die. Depressed people seem like they don't. People who are too sick, I don't know. I think there's a giving up that shows how little they care about life. My mother did it. I think my grandmother did it. The life becomes meaningless. And it's just like dreaming. My mother was in and out because sometimes she said things to me. Very rarely though. I think a thank you and I love you or something. But it may have just been like a natural kind of thing. I think we can influence our natural there's a word I'm looking for because there needs to be a way to describe the part of us that does things beyond our control,
Yeah.
which we also can kind of control. You know, we can put in like
There are
a
some.
request, I guess, and if we keep putting in that request, it may become like quote unquote second nature.
We can train some of our automatic responses to things.
Yeah.
Apparently, I've been waking up, or I've been subconsciously like fucking squeezing you, like in my sleep.
Yeah, you.
I don't even know I'm fucking doing it.
And a lot of the times, you don't feel like you're dozing off with your movement. I don't know. And now maybe you're just aware of those times when you, or like a little bit of subconscious, like you're like, yes, I'm gonna really dedicate myself to putting her to sleep. It's a strange thing.
Weird.
Sometimes it used to hurt sometimes, like you would wake up and like rub me or touch me, and then like you quote unquote dead weight would like go on my belly or go somewhere on my body that was very uncomfortable, like my neck. All your like 20 pounds of fucking flesh or whatever on your arm is just around my neck, on my fucking temple. So you're probably not awake in those times, but it is weird that you make decisions with your body and less of your consciousness.
Yeah.
There's a lot of sorting that has to be done to see those differences. I think that's the shit like Freud and what a dickhead. Freud pretended to want to know, but was just trying to justify the molestation that he experienced, I'm sure. Every guy wants to fuck his dad because my dad fucked me when I was a kid. Okay. Who's that other guy? Fucking young. Getting it a little bit more right. Didn't have a father, but had a grandfather who was crazy. And a mother who was crazy. And then he thought crazy was just the status quo, but then went somewhere different, I would say. He's like, yeah, I just thought you have two different personalities. If my mother has two different personalities, then I should just. Sorry, we got sidetracked. Inside and outside. Because conquering, doing things, second natures.
Yeah, I can be. I have an advantage over everybody because I have a good relationship with a woman. With a woman I love.
But too bad it doesn't give you an advantage in war. But it does give you an advantage in the desire to survive. At least. People are so gross. Was my hair dirty or something? Fucking, I put my thing up once and it looks like I came on my glasses.
Sexy. I was thinking about the engine.
Mm-hmm.
And what's inside what's inside each one of these balls.
Mm-hmm.
Not what's inside. What's
the purpose of them being on there?
Closer to what's their real shape?
Oh, okay. Cool.
So I started to draw them.
Uh-huh.
I started off with what is and what isn't. We've been talking about that. If you know what something isn't, it's like finding the puzzles to
Yeah, like what I'm
the
trying to
border
do with the
pieces to a
universe.
puzzle. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I started to draw like the border of a puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
So on everything outside of the puzzle, that's not what the puzzle is. So that's all the what it isn't. There's like infinity of that shit.
Mm-hmm.
There's only a small amount of comparatively of what
Yeah.
is. And then I was like, okay, that seems good. Then then I went to separating human from nature and the universe.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, how would I draw that? Well, that's easy. That's just the wife's Descartes chart.
The separating human from nature and the universe.
Yeah.
Is the Descartes chart.
Yeah. You got the outside, you got the inside.
Oh,
people present,
yeah.
people past it. That's what that does. That's that step. I got that out of the way.
Yeah, outside, inside. Okay.
That's how you and the moving of those army bracket things is, you can measure those changes, so you know what's influencing you.
Mm-hmm.
Separating.
I'm trying to make sure in my head. Please hold. Because
Calculating.
a human is a big part, but inside human nature and the, I guess, because on the outside there's a lot of other things to do. I guess, but maybe just knowing it for what it is by knowing yourself is really all. So I guess maybe it is just the Descartes chart.
Yeah, you get the self. There's a bunch of shit on the inside, but there's a relationship to that self to the outside.
Yeah.
So there's a transaction between the two.
Yeah. I don't know how to define what the best spin is, though. Because the thing moves forward in time, right?
Yeah.
So what is the perfect amount of inside versus outside versus people past and people future?
I thought we determined that it would be
small in the center, the top and the bottom, right? People past and people future.
Yeah, it would be
very small, and then inside and outside would be the biggest.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, yeah. Cool. Like a motorcycle.
Yeah, we spent like months on that.
Hmm.
That's hammered out. That's
okay. Cool.
That system's down.
Dang, I didn't even know if it was still relevant. I haven't thought about it.
Oh yeah.
But I don't have to think about it apparently for it to be cool.
So then I went to, all right, so know the self. What's that shape? I was like, well,
is it that? Agathoptics?
No. No, it's why I asked you earlier, what are the pieces of the mind, the ego, the id?
Oh.
We had to work through all of that.
How many pieces are there?
5.
Do they match up with this?
I don't know.
Let's try it. Cause you are here is like some sort of id or something. No.
So we got ego, id,
the
sorter, the observer, and the archetype.
I think that's all inside self stuff, so probably not. Okay.
I wasn't sure how to visualize that in any other way but than to write it down.
Maybe that thing is wrong. Maybe it's outdated. Maybe there are other pieces of the self that...
Well, it got us here. You also drew it in different ways. You drew it like how people represent, numbers into like the category. You know, you have like rational and irrational numbers.
I'm gonna need a course on that.
It's some weird way that people categorize.
Watching some idiot play fucking Dead Island 2.
Like this thing, these concentric circles. That's the thing I'm looking for. At some point, you mapped out that at the center you have the ego and the id.
How did I do that? I
And
don't
then
remember. We gotta go back and look, I
You have
guess.
to find your notebooks. You
Yeah.
have drawings of it. So I was thinking maybe like that, but the simplest thing I thought was to just write it down. So I wrote it down. And I know, like, my brain kind of recognized a bit of a pattern here. Which, oh man, I was influenced, I think, about looking at patterns today. But hopefully I'll remember that anecdote. I was like, this is kind of very one-dimensional to me. Just list. Separating human from nature and the universe. That's like 2D now. I can move in two directions. That's very so 2 dimensions. Like I can move around now. And so I was like, that's weird. 1, 2. And I'm like, well, I wonder if the other one's 3. I mean, it just fucking makes sense, right?
Hopefully.
So I was looking at it, and what I drew was another 2D thing. I'm like, well, if it's not right, then if it were to be 3, what would that look like? It's like, well, what did I draw? I drew a shape. Well, are all shapes 2D or are they 3D? Well, we live in the third fucking dimension. So, and we talk about like what is and what isn't.
It's anything around like a sphere or something.
Like things are what it is and what it isn't is shaped by time. So it's the shape of things is always changing.
Yeah.
So
and all those things are in the third dimension.
Yeah. So I thought of like so I thought of a sphere. I thought of a blob of water.
Yeah. Even hypothetically, if this was a square, right? You would have to create the square on a 3D thing. So it's not just a piece of a puzzle that's in 2 dimensions.
Yeah. So it's like, oh, it's not just what is and what isn't, but the knowing what is and what isn't tells you the shape of things, and that matches up with the thing we were talking about the other day. It tells you what is good and what is bad, It tells you the shape.
It kind of reminds me of where did it go? Oh, pi.
That pi?
Oh, yeah, that pi. Because for me, I think, or for me personally, I think that pi is not just a circle, because you don't have to just see how many points of a circle there are. If the circle existed in a 3D space, which it does, just hypothetically on a piece of paper, but if it exists in a space, it has 3 dimensions. You can't make it thin enough to be a 2-dimensional thing, right?
Yeah.
It still has something you can measure, even though you don't have the tools by which to measure. I confuse myself with jargon. So that would be a sphere.
Yeah.
And a thing that has something coming in on it at all directions is very spherical.
Yep. That's gravity. That's why we got the planets.
That's gravity. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, I guess.
Yeah.
Cool.
Weird had a thing in the center. I tried to make it, and it just worked out to be 1, 2, 3. It didn't even.
Yeah. The shit just like is there. If you think about it goodly and rightly. And justly and temperately. Or whatever.
Yeah.
Looks like a boob a little too.
The way I drew it.
Yeah. Boobs are kind of like circles, and they make milk.
Yeah.
That's a two thing. Those concentric circles or whatever will look like boobs too.
Oh, and this is another weird conversation we can have. Look at this shit. You see what these numbers are called?
Yeah, irrational.
So what? The thing I was talking about before, that we all have the same. We have this outside tool with numbers. We know singular. We know. So how, if pi shows up all the fucking time, and we can model it, we can look at it, we see the pattern.
What makes it so irrational?
It follows rational things, so it has to be.
You told me it was just a name at some point.
Yeah.
It's just real and irrational.
Yeah, it's
but you still called it irrational, so why?
Yeah, it's dumb.
Irrationally, we need irrational numbers to land planes, but somehow they're irrational.
It's just like imaginary numbers. It's just like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, that's the imaginary numbers. I forgot. Oh, so there's imaginary numbers and there's irrational numbers.
Yeah.
That's the stupidest thing I ever heard. In the last 5 minutes.
These are rational. They make sense. These motherfuckers over here, what?
Why don't they make sense? Because we didn't...
do we have a different definition of what fucking rational is? Yes, because we're mathematicians.
What is a natural number versus a whole number? One has 0?
Yeah, the difference between these two is natural numbers. Because...
you can't have nothing because there's something?
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense. And then you need 0... for the conceptualization, but isn't 0, maybe 0's an irrational number. How about that? It follows the same shit as the irrational numbers, right?
Yeah, you could just put it in there.
0 makes it whole. Get out of here. Could I have a freaking scratch? How did the Romans do it without 0? Right? A little harder. With some gumpage. What's that word? Gumption.
Some gusto.
Yeah. How did the Romans do numbers without zeros? Is it the only thing they needed was that placeholder and they just made it a space and didn't give it a 0? But then they also, how did they say nothing? A little lower? Or if they're counting, they didn't need nothing, right? Why aren't you saying anything?
You're asking me a million questions. I'm trying to think about them. I don't. I'm probing my memory, and I know some about Roman numerals, but I don't know that information. How they particularly did math? What's the weird relationship between their system and our base 10 system?
They only need...
because they got X's. And X to us is 1 and 0. It's we've made it a relationship to 0.
Yeah.
To nothing.
And they didn't need anything to represent nothing.
Yeah.
Because 10 isn't a 1 and 0. It's 10 singular things. Or it's a singular thing and a singular thing and a singular thing and a singular thing and a singular thing.
And we call it fucking X.
Yeah. And half of that is 5, and it just so happens I've got 5 fingers. V.
For wife's vagina.
Yeah. That's WV. Or VW if you're German. Ugh, my throat's so itchy. Why? So what do we do with that?
I don't know. What you think, Bose? Maybe it'll
grow into something.
Find a place. Like, well, what's inside those things? How do we talk about them? I figured, no. That's where my brain went. I feel like I was just Nick Kroll as Larry Bird. Well, that's just where my brain went.
Did he used to act like that?
I'm just tending bar.
I'd say you were ready for your exam. Pull your pants down. Life is crazy.
It is crazy.
I see the way everybody else views life because I at one point viewed life in the same way, and I'm like, oh my god, how do people manage? Just so that's the power of nature. Like you're still here despite my fucking desires, despite your directions. You're still fucking here. Believe in all this crazy hoo-ha shit. I don't know what's going on. My nose is as itchy as it was like when the pregnancy first began. Remember, I was getting like big scabs in my nose, and I was always freaking itching the front.
Yeah.
So maybe in the best case scenario, there is favor for the person who finds the answers to everything, because the rewards you get for even just discovering fucking how to suck on a cow titty and get its milk, you know? Maybe that's domestication. Those motherfuckers were probably traveling with elk and shit, and they got to know them, so they just got to like drink their fucking milk or whatever, or milk them, and they didn't mind that like their weakest got fucking slaughtered every once in a while. That's crazy. That's manipulation. That's abuse. To discover, electricity. Look at all the things that we've unfortunately have been able to do. So it goes with the pattern that to explore part of the world that has been yet unexplored, the mind, there comes with that great rewards. Learning how to do something that nature has given you to learn somehow. I mean, it sounds hocus pocus like that. It's hard to... That is ours because it was created. It's hard. Why did things happen for the best reasons? How did salt get created? Had like electrodes from the Big Bang or whatever had to have the best direction since the beginning. What more could we ask for? That our chicken was already cooked for us? Could we even imagine like good things that we wouldn't even like? What would happen if we didn't have to work for shit? That's stupid. There's no discovery there. So you just, it's great that when I breathe, it tastes like cotton candy or some shit.
What a world.
Yeah, then we're just animals fucking probably fighting for something that's here that...
The most cotton candy years. Give it back.
Yeah, and it doesn't make a lot of sense that, if I take something, it just regrows so that somebody else can take it. That is a lot of energy expenditure, and look what it's already done with this. We can fucking make different lights because neon reacts to electricity fucking in a way that entertains us. Like, fucking, we can make TVs and radios and shit. So, if that's possible, and you don't get nothing from war, you stupid retards, except stealing shit that's already been there, getting your dick hard over something different, what would happen if you explored your mind like people explored life to find all the things that they've found so far? Taking all that information from theorizing why people started agriculture to looking at the person who learned how to entertain people with magic or some shit. All of that shit applied to now our inside, because our inside is just as fucking vast as the outside. Why wouldn't it be? Just because it doesn't have the physical space, our imagination can go on forever. We've been talking for fucking hours, husband. How does that happen? With barely a break. It's our imaginations working like a tool to express something that puts us in a direction.
Yeah. Helps us
together.
measure and survive.
That shit's fucking crazy. And look, fucking somebody's playing Gray Zone Warfare. Somebody else playing Gray Zone Warfare. No rest for the wicked. Yeah, because you're wicked. Fuck you. There should be rest for... There's no rest for the not wicked, too. Because you're such a fucking asshole. Ooh, Dead Island. Ooh, Fortnite. And these children are fucking dead. So much so that it's in their language. And they can't see the correlation between action and words. Not many people can. They go, oh, no, words don't mean anything. Only my actions. No, motherfucker, that's not how this is gonna work for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We were in the middle of a chapter. Should we continue that chapter?
Oh. Snuck one by me.
Yeah, sorry I couldn't reach that far, but I did the best I could.
I appreciate
We knocked
that.
eyeglasses.
I didn't think that was gonna happen. That was not in the realm of my possibilities. So that was a happy surprise.
I figured. What about that one now? Was that more possible? Because you've already had one?
Yeah.
You know I like my repetition. I'm sewing a blanket for all the world to snuggle under. I'm crocheting a warm sweater that we may all live inside of. That's really what has to be done, right? With those words and actions. It's how we shape everything in a cohesive way. That's how we understand each other. Words, that language that we understand. Until God, the fucking asshole, apparently, he's the one that did. It wasn't like war that fucking swept through people. I wonder if the story of Babylon is just like a place where people were like, we are advanced enough to work together. And people like this working together, and they don't like the other war shit. And then somebody comes along and is like, ha, you never suspected that I don't give a shit about what you want. And I destroyed your fucking tower, and now you're all slaves. And now I'm a god. How many kings have called themselves god? Enough to see the correlation. I see men's ego fucking every day. Fucking Justin Taint. That guy fucking pops up out of nowhere, is telling people how to live life like a baller, and he goes to jail, and now he's like, you need God, and a woman and a child, you fucking retards. It's like, where do you get off? Fuck you. You're ugly, you're stupid, you're bad for fucking everyone, you're probably bad for any woman who's fucking with you. You're not gonna let her in like she should be let in. She's a dog to you because she doesn't know any better because there are no good men out there anymore. Or there never was, I guess. They all did it for, it's like, ooh, we gotta protect each other, or we gotta protect our... But what happens when you can't protect, or what happens when the protection's over and you gotta grow something else? You know, what happens? Is it like, okay, whatever, but now I'm here, so it's not whatever anymore? Do I blame people for not having the good man and woman relationship throughout time? Not enough to get to where we are. Because they could have. I know they could have, because Plato existed. And he wrote about all that shit. It was all hypothetical. I don't know if he even got married. I have no idea. I don't know if he had kids. Traveling. He probably maybe had sex with some people on his travels.
He probably participated in a festival or two.
Yeah. They're probably like those festivals in Stargate where he ate that pie and grew old because he had sex with that lady.
Yeah.
With her trichomes or some shit, her nanobites. Whatever. I forgot what
That was the last time O'Neill felt a single emotion.
Yeah, right?
He shut down after that.
These ones I hate. When I look back on it, since I've had my relationship with you, I hate the way these people treat love. It's always, oh, I'm gonna be so upset because I can't feel this love that I want to feel because my duty is with my country and my job. It's like, shut the fuck up. You know, that fucking Danny Jackson thing, I think they could have done a little better. You know, him losing his wife and all, and all. He's like, you motherfuckers brought me here. He was mad at Teal'c for, like, shooting her, which he didn't have to shoot her. You know, that was another Riker fucking thing, I feel like. Did they not have Ziet Nicotels yet?
They probably had Zats.
And also, he could have punched her in the face.
Yeah.
He has taken on Apophis in hand-to-hand combat. He took on Kronos in hand-to-hand combat.
He probably could have fucking bonked her right in the fucking head. Bonk.
Yeah. Okay, so she's got a little brain damage. Daniel Jackson's appreciative. And then he talks to people who's like, I've just gotten over the death of my wife. So now he looks like a slut for just diving into all the sex, including fucking, or I guess he doesn't, but they have, like, maybe he's just people swoon over him. Because there's that chick when he gets stranded on that one planet where the guy from Battlestar Galactica, he was like a Cylon 3 or some shit. He's part of a military that's fighting against a militant religious thing.
Yeah.
And they're fighting, trying to get their shit back. He's wearing his old jacket or whatever. It's like, come in, I look like an air pilot or whatever. They start getting sexy. He started getting sexy with, or, you know, like, she really wants to kiss him, but he's like, I don't get it because I'm autistic or fucking whatever. I'm just trying to get back home. Yeah. Fucking, with that one chick who was the destroyer of worlds. Yeah. But she ended up being like the younger, cuter fucking lady.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they kissed. He's like, don't you like me? Don't you think I'm pretty? She had nice fucking hair. I would kill for that hair. I might. I don't know. Depends on where we're at. My brain keeps saying I'd kill a Jew for that hair.
I'd buy that for $1.
He's like, fucking my wife, but also let's kiss or whatever. Samantha, she's like always getting forced upon, or people are always forcing themselves on her, and she kind of gets like, I like you, but not really. She always wants fucking Jack, and Jack is like, whatever. Is it, oh, the will they, won't they? And it pissed me off when that episode of when him and Teal'c kept repeating the Groundhog's Day thing, and he's like, ooh, I'm making my I know that I'm not coming back to this time, but just in case or something, benefit of the doubt, just in case, I'm giving my resignation to you so I can kiss Samantha. It's like, fuck you. Why don't you do that in real life and then, live without, it doesn't have to be that exciting all the time. You just, like, but maybe it's the relationship they have of being in that extreme environment that wouldn't work anywhere else. You fall for people who you get commanded by and who you command. It's kind of like one of those weird relationships that we just have to deal with that happen. I wanted to work under you when we met.
Yeah.
Or I was willing to. But once I know things, you're mine. I don't know, we all have daddy things, I guess. I don't know how to get rid of, I don't know, I didn't want my daddy, but I'm sure there's a space for daddy. There was until I realized there's no daddies, and now I'm just depressed. Ooh, take care of me. Once, when you do stuff for me, I still like it. I guess it's little drips of daddy stuff, like, oh, thank you, daddy, for doing everything that I want you to do for me. Not so much, oh, teach me how to fly, daddy. Whatever. Teach me how to finger myself, daddy.
Well, okay.
That was gross. That made me feel bad. But also, it's a little hot. Like, somewhere it is hot. I think more like chicks don't want to fuck their dads, but they want the big, strong thing and also the sex. And men want the thing to protect and have sex with.
Yeah.
It makes them feel the best when they have that. There's a reason to fight that comes with very strong emotions because of the sex. That's a thing maybe people should consider. You can't be a weak, frail boy. Maybe some chicks still like weak, frail boys, but you still gotta be like, I opened the pickle jar for you. At least. I opened your fucking bottle of soy with my retarded hand. Oof. People are sick because men are enemies of each other because they have no space for women. I'm sure does fucking Vladimir Putin, he probably has bitches and his wife. Like, he doesn't have someone who keeps him in line, but he probably wants one. He probably would want his mother. The dudes that don't want their mothers, though, they're trouble. They don't want their women or fucking mothers. They're out of control. It's like, I'll kill any child. I don't care what would make my mother cry. All we are reflections of pain. I guess that's the first opening. I'm sorry, Mama. I never meant to hurt you. I never meant to make you cry. But tonight, I'm cleaning out my closet. And that's bullshit. He did meant to hurt her because he's like, you're a bitch. You know?
Yeah. Hate you, Ma.
But now that I'm singing this, it's okay. You're breaking your mother's heart, Marshall.
Now take a minute and think about who you think this record is dissing. Yeah, I know. I did take a minute, and you're kind of being a shithead to everybody.
Yeah, he's probably
don't tell me you're
scumbag.
not being mean to somebody. I can see you doing it.
Oh, but I have all the pain of the politics. I should lead the people and tell them who to vote for. Thanks, Marshall, but you're an idiot. So are all your fucking cronies and all your followers, all your leaders. The guy you probably sucked dick for. The Jewish CEO of some fucking record label that he fucking James Deaned. But in the music. Should we keep reading this this part?
Yeah.
So we're at this part where Abram is told by God that he has all this stuff. And he's like, well, what does all this stuff matter if I don't have sons? I have a servant who's going to be the steward of my house when I'm gone. If I'm gone. And God is like, nah, you see up in the sky? That's going to be all the children. Listen, I've had an experience where something inside of me told me to look up and told me something relevant to my life in relation to that. Turns out it was just me, you know?
Yeah.
Especially when people talk about, you know, God has to be in all of us so that only the conversations we have with God are, you know, for us, and everybody has a separate relationship with God. When I tried to talk to my friend about the weird experience I had, she was like, "That's nice." Like God is different for everyone, so it's not like you talk to God. There was almost like a hesitation. I can't let you think you talk to God, or I can't let you think that I think you talk to God, because then you'll think that you have a closer relationship than him, or to him than me. So that was like the first hint that something was wrong. Everything okay?
Yeah, everything's just fine, wife.
Okay. See, you have given me no offspring. He's like, oh no. You just have to fuck another woman.
God told me to. I have to.
But first, he's like, well, how am I supposed to know that you're gonna give this to me? So of course something on the inside says to do something on the outside, and you're like, holy shit, that's what happened, you know?
Yeah.
How am I to know that I shall possess it? He answered him, bring me a heifer, a goat, a ram, a turtle dove, and a pigeon, and fucking cut them in half. Birds of prey swooped down on the carcasses, but Abram stayed with them. He's so dedicated to his stupid magic trick, right? As the sun was about to set, a trance fell upon Abram, and a deep, terrifying darkness enveloped him. Well. Is this how we must communicate with this God? Terrifying things? It always seems like it's terrifying things.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's an enjoyable experience talking with God. So when you get to heaven, you're freaked out like that all the time.
Maybe.
Julian. Hush! Fuck! What? Hi!
Maybe. It seems like he hasn't eaten all day. He didn't leave this place where he cut these fucking animals, and so he's now sitting by himself. The sun is no longer out, so the darkness and all the shit that comes with that, right?
Yeah.
He was being attacked by birds that wanted the carcasses that he carved up, and he has a bunch of dead things laying there, the said carcasses. So is it any wonder that a dark, terrifying feeling came upon him? All the fucking pieces of the puzzle are there. Oh, but it was God. Do all these terrible things that bring you to a terrible place and then talk to me. A deep, terrifying darkness enveloped him. Oh, but it was a physical thing, right? It had nothing to do with his brain being... he was in a trance. He said already... It said he's in a fucking trance. So if he's in a trance, does he really know that there's darkness enveloping him? It's probably in his head. And also... he's terrified, and darkness is enveloping him because it's now nighttime. And he's probably tired because he usually goes to bed at this hour. So everything is working in this ridiculous direction. Then the Lord said to Abram, "Know for certain that your descendants shall be aliens in a land not their own, where they shall be enslaved and oppressed for 400 years. But I will bring judgment on the nation they must serve, and in the end they will depart with great wealth." Yeah, it's kind of like you're just talking about what you already did. You know what I mean? Because didn't Abram already do that?
Depart the land with great wealth?
Yeah. Some of it already... I got an itch. Some of that already happened.
Because he
And
got
also,
all the donkeys and stuff, and he's got that whole huge land. Because
they got a whole bunch of stuff from the Pharaoh, or from Pharaoh. Are you still with me? Because you're doing the nodding out thing.
Oh yeah. So the Pharaoh,
he had to save Lot from being enslaved, right? In the last story we read, he went down with a few soldiers and defeated everybody and unenslaved Lot that was living in Sodom at the time.
Yeah.
It's still itchy. Can you scratch me around here?
I believe so.
So the things he has experienced is now culminating into another fucking delusion. Didn't he say over here, husband? Are you still with me? A little lower.
Still good?
I'm still a little to the left. Thank you. So, King, give me people. I don't think God was there right now. Sometime after these events, it's itchy again. This word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision. The lower part. Oh. "Fear not, I'm your shield. I will make your reward very great." So his reward is going to be you can have babies, but they're going to be enslaved?
For 400 years?
Did he say 400 years?
He says something about...
A little higher? And lower? Lower? Oh, yeah, for 400 years.
The 400 first year, it's going to be ball.
Thank you. I think it feels like they're just reading the inside of their mind. The potential of then for men is the potential now. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So now, where once land was everything, right?
Yeah.
it's either they were predicting or they already knew what could come, or it was already there for some places, that you're trading land and power for coin.
Yeah.
Instead of having like an army, you have money to buy an army.
Yeah.
I thought he said in this beginning, I'll make your reward great. What good will your gifts be if I don't have an offspring? He said, "No, my offspring's gonna come, or my servants will be my heir. No, that one shall not be your heir. Your own issue shall be your heir. That's all your descendants." This is just such fucking bullshit.
So is
You're gonna have so many descendants, just like Genghis Khan, except Genghis Khan didn't exist yet. He's like, you're gonna take up all the land forever, or your people are gonna, your descendants are gonna grow far and wide. Maybe it was already happening. That's why it, like, there was like a group of Jews in some place that was taken over, where they were like, this is what happened in this story. Tell it again, Papa, how, we're gonna be wealthy like these pharaohs that have fucking taken us slaves right now. It all seems a little fucking crazy. Aliens in land not their own, where they shall be enslaved and oppressed for 400. Why did he have to do this? He's like, fear not. What if I fear what you just said? Can't happen because some idiot wrote this story, of course, but
why has it been 400 years? Shut up.
oh yeah, because you know why? Probably because they're like, that means that there's only 20 more years, or that means that it could happen at any moment, because it's been 400 years since then. Because they measure like the people from Abram and blah 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 blah. Make up stories, fucking probably, who cares? And going, oh yeah, that was supposed to happen today? That's probably, legend tells that it's tomorrow. The date is tomorrow. Yeah. And then they do a rebellion or something, And you'll get wealth. You, however, shall join your forefathers in peace. You shall be buried at a contented old age. But people could live forever until Adam and Eve ate the apple, right? Presumably, because they're like, now you're gonna die. You're gonna sweat until you die.
Yep.
But he's like, it's fine. God just evolves as the story goes on into like more nonsensical things. He's like, fear not, but also this is a terrible thing, but also, you're gonna get to have so much sex and have children because I'm gonna give you permission to take another wife or something. His wife presumably was like given to him by another person. Like they made a trade. And now you're just gonna have another one, you Henry VIII, So you're gonna die, and that's okay. In the fourth time span, the others shall come back here. The wickedness of the Amorites will not have reached its full measure until then. What? So now this is not Sodom and Gomorrah. This is just another people that are getting... God just says they're assholes. You know what I mean? I think it was one of the people who were fighting before too.
One of the 5 kings.
Yeah. King of Salem. Oh, well, Amorites. Ampharel of Shinar, Ariarch of Elisar, Cheddar of Elam, Title of Goyim, Bera of Sodom, Bersha of Gomorrah, Shinab of Admah, Shemer of Zeboim, and the king of Zoar. Maybe not. They had to have been. I feel like they were maybe when they were traveling. It was one of the places that they went to on a map.
Oh.
So now the wickedness of the Aramites. He probably hated them for some reason. You shall join your forefathers in peace. He's just like a guy justifying death for himself. You know, it's gonna be okay when I die. You shall be buried at a content. You'll be content to die, content old age, in the 4th time span. What the hell is that? The others shall come back here. Who's the others? The wickedness of the Amorites. Oh, maybe this is because now the Amorites have the place that Abram lives? Abram was living somewhere that was somebody else's. Right?
I think so.
I don't know where, but something Jordan, or they with the Canaanites or something. And the wickedness, so in the 4th time span, the others shall come back here. The people who maybe were the people who fought and lost, you know?
Yeah.
Because he's just a guy who moved there. He's like, this is mine. Maybe they were like, okay.
Alright.
The wickedness of the Amorites will not have reached its full measure until then. So whenever the other people come back, that's when the Amorites are toast. Or that's when they're going to be the wickedness, or the wickedest. And that's when the war, I don't know. When the sun had set and it was dark, there appeared a smoking brazier and a flaming torch, which passed between those pieces. I guess the pieces of the animals. Which passed, it was on that occasion that the Lord made a covenant with Abraham, saying, to your descendants, I give this land. What do you mean? I thought he doesn't have fucking land. They're gonna be spread out. I give it to you, but also you're gonna lose it. I thought he said, didn't God say he was gonna give Abraham so much shit? Did he ever get that shit? He's like, look to the east and the west. That's all yours. Okay. And then the Amorites came? I don't know. Smoking.
Look north and south too. Instead of just east and west.
Maybe he did. I don't fucking know. Maybe he forgot. He wrote it down, but he didn't do it. He lied.
Yeah.
To your descendants, I give this land from the Wadi of Egypt to the great river, the Euphrates, the land of the Kenites, the Kenizzites, and the Kadamites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Rephaim, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Gershites, and the Jebusites. So I'm giving it to you, and you're gonna fucking lose it.
Oh my
Or something, right?
Yeah.
I don't fucking understand any of this. You said we had some rice
Yes.
left over? I want more onion rings. I loved it so much.
Yeah, you would.
But also, maybe you think that I could have, if there's a little bit of that salad left and that rice and a little bit of the sauce, you could put them together and then I could eat them.
So, there's no salad left, but I could make some. Relatively quick.
That's okay. I thought I saw the thing.
I finished off the last of it with my food.
And you ate the last chicken. Ah, I'm that comedian. Should I keep reading?
Yeah.
Chapter 16. The birth of Ishmael. I wonder if these chapters have anything significant. Chapter 15 is like changes for a dude. Chapter 13 is Abraham and his wife and Lot. 12 is, that's interesting because that's when Sarai has sex with the Egyptian and gives him chlamydia. Is there a chapter 11? Chapter 11 has part 1 in Roman numerals for some reason, but there was no 1, it seemed. Was the patriarch of Abram, 2 1s. There's almost a significant thing there. Chapter 4, Cain and Abel, that's when it was no longer just Adam and Eve. 1, 2, 3, 4. Kind of interesting, right?
Yeah.
Anyway.
So you get some rice?
Yeah.
Some sauce?
Yeah.
Okay.
Should you put a tiny little of vinegar too, or would that be ridiculous?
That wouldn't be ridiculous.
Would that be totally stupid, retarded?
No, it wouldn't be. Are we sharing this?
Totally balls. If you're gonna eat some, then I guess it is.
Or do you want your own? I don't mind getting my own.
Oh, if you're gonna eat, is there enough for both of us?
Yeah.
I figure we share, and if I eat it all, then I eat it all. Then you can have the other bowl if I don't eat that one too.
Okay.
Unless you want to protect yourself a little bit from me.
I'll try to get a bite or two.
I wish I was horny. I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. Ooh. Was that you, husband? We're looking for form a think tank? Yeah, it was. Husband. We're looking for form a think tank? We're looking for form? Or to form? Oh, husband. You've made me the most embarrassed girl in the world right now. That's fine.
Sorry, Laura, I needed pee. I couldn't hear what you said.
You wrote, "We're looking for form a think tank."
Oh, I sound like a fucking genius. Two for 'em. Well, good for me.
I'm glad I share this with you where I talk shit about the silly shit people do.
Yep. Man.
And then you fucking "we're looking for form a think tank." I fucking spend hours making sure that I don't do that. God damn it. All right. I don't know what to do right now but sigh constantly. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Ugh. The one time I don't fucking read it. It's fine. It doesn't matter. I just have to compensate. I can't have the ego of someone who probably wouldn't have done that. If I'm married to someone who would probably do that. That's my bad. This is my curse. Damn, we got so many pages to go. We have just touched the surface, but boy. Oh, what a flood of information. God. If I was fucking Sarai husband and some shit bitch who wipes my asshole fucking gets promoted to better than me cuz I'm can't produce children. I should have just stayed with the pharaoh. How's that rice coming? Or going? When I poop it out. Feel me, fellas? Damn, we've been at this for 4 hours. Maybe we should just take a break. I thought it was like 2 hours. Can I talk or can I talk? Can I finish? You can't hear me, can you? Can you hear me now? 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 Bye. You know, nothing in this place said that Abram cut part of his dick off. To make this covenant with God.
What?
It didn't say anything about cutting his dick off. Or cutting around his penis. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no mutilations in sight.
Yeah. But I thought the covenant was about fucking circumcision. Where does it say fucking circumcision? Nowhere, that's who. Excuse me, I'm looking for forming a think tank.
Yep, right here. I'm looking for firm.
Can you for think?
Apparently not. I embarrassed.
Comment down below.
I embarrassed us.
What's new?
Awesome. Sick. What? That's the dumb on my face. All over it.
So we've been doing this for 4 hours. Should we stop? Drop? Roll?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it might be a good place to stop.
Okay.
Okay.
Love you, Mission One Piece.
Love you, miss you too.